Good afternoon everyone and welcome to the stream. I'm Robert from the El Magnifico Games channel and today we are going to continue with our playthrough of the excuse me, of the Talos Principle. Now we appear to be at least extremely close to the end of the game. We already have access to the very top of the tower that we were told never to go, but we still had one more Gold Star Island to visit because I hadn't found all of the gold stars until the very end of our last stream. So that's where we're starting this stream. Wonderful. Let's get straight into it. So, as far as symmetry is concerned, what do we have here? We have these two, although they're mirror images of each other. These two are mirror images of each other. These two are the same, these two are the same, and these two are the same. So it actually looks quite likely that the solution to this may be symmetrical. And I know that there's an even number of columns, but an odd number of... sorry. No, that is right. An even number of columns, but an odd number of rows. So if there is a symmetrical solution, would be trying to fill in a block like that. It's lovely to meet you, Godita Freeman. I have been enjoying the game rather a lot so far. Thank you for asking. Oh, just a second. Just connect to my controller. There we go. So yes, these types of puzzle are interesting. So far I haven't found a simple systematic way of solving them. Well, that's not going to work. My current approach relies upon spotting patterns which mean that a solution is impossible and then just rejecting them early, but it's essentially just trial and error. Will you be playing the DLC Road to Gehenna? It's brilliant. That is my intention, and there is a moderate chance that we'll get there today. I don't know how much of the game is left. I'm not sure if you were here when at the very start of the stream, when I was saying this, but I already have access to the top of the tower, but I've gone back so that I can visit this last messenger island. I feel like this is the mirror image of a combination I've already tried. I have not used a messenger as a hint yet. Also, it's lovely to meet you, Fuchsia. Oh, I'm trying to remember what it was one of my viewers told me last time. They did actually give me a suggestion about solving these that worked quite well. Obviously, you start with the harder to place shapes first. Also, starting in a corner and working your way out can help. I feel like there was something else. Fuchsia says, I've watched Talos streams for 5 years and I've not seen anyone ever use a messenger hint. Unrevealed mystery mechanics. Really? That is surprising. Ah, well, we know that can't possibly be. But something like that could be. That couldn't be, though, because it would leave us with 3 in each corner. Yes, I'm tempted to say that entire possibility space isn't very likely. As is this one, unfortunately. Gordita Freeman says, often by the time the messengers are unlocked, players have mastered the mindset so no longer need help. I'm sure that's part of it, and also being stubborn. In my case, I think being stubborn had more than a little to do with it. Of course, it's possible the solution isn't symmetrical at all. What if it was something like this? No, that's not quite going to work, is it? What about that? That won't quite work either. What was my most hard to get star? Well, that's an interesting question, because I think I got better at getting the stars as the game went on. So the one that was most difficult for me wasn't necessarily the most challenging in general, if that makes sense. I think the star in the very first island, A1, I needed a lot of help on. Well, actually, that's not quite true. It took me a very long time, and I got some help. Ultimately, I found the switch on my own, but it took quite a lot of prompting. The star on, I must admit, I don't remember which world it was, which island it was, because it was a while ago now. But the star which required you to hit the switches on the pillars and then the water goes down. I didn't have much trouble with that one, but it really helped that one of my viewers had access to a QR reader, which I don't have. If I hadn't had that, then that would have made it a lot more challenging. What else? I'm sure there must have been some other stars that took me a long time, but just off the top of my head I can't remember. I can't remember any that are really sticking out to me right now. Oh! Yeah, you say, what's wrong with your inbuilt QR reader? Some of the QR codes aren't readable. It just seems to be a game mechanic that some of the QR codes have ended up degrading over time. The inks run, and then they just can't read. The yes, this is indeed a human stream. Sorry to disappoint. We know that couldn't be. I don't think that's completable now. That's clearly not completable in its current state, but I have to admit that's quite close. Fun Talos fact. World A is based on a real location you can visit. Ostia. The old port of Rome, abandoned circa 3 AD. Interesting. That's also very early for it to have been abandoned. Was it hit by some sort of natural disaster, or was it just... did they have a new port and it just stopped being relevant? If you Google Ostatia and Baths of Jupiter, you will see mosaic floors from the start of the game. Oh, the mosaic floors from the start of the game. Interesting. Right, what would it take? But that's no good. Do I have enough parts to mirror that? I do not, because I've used that type of piece twice. So I'd need to do something like that. This could in theory be mirrored. But then whatever shape I end up with will not fit the 2x2s. Oh, I can't mirror it. I guess I'd need another piece the same shape as that. I could mirror it this way, presumably. Yeah. Ah. Ostatia was abandoned because it had become so successful that the Emperor decided to build a new larger port elsewhere. Oh, I see. The Emperor, that must have been Augustus then. Augustus Caesar, presumably. No, it would have been later than that, wouldn't it? 3 AD. Who was the Emperor in 3 AD? I don't remember. I don't think it would have been long after Augustus. Could be wrong. As usual, the reason was money. To be fair, though, it probably was in everyone's interests. It was Augustus, you were correct. Ah. Nope, that can't possibly be. Nope. Nope. Oh. I seem to be struggling at the first hurdle. Let's go back to trying to solve it in parts. So let's assume there's a symmetrical solution that involves just that, because at least that simplifies the problem. Right, what are going to be the most difficult pieces to place? Probably this big 2x2 is going to be one of the worst. But if I'm trying to find a symmetrical solution, I've only got one of them. And I don't like having this 2x2 block next to it because that's going to be difficult to fill. I'd probably want to do something like that. And that. The question is, can I fill the rest of that in with the pieces I have left? I think the answer is no. Which means that this can't possibly go in the position I've placed it. But there aren't very many nicer looking positions for it, I have to say. I could put it somewhere like that, in which case I'd probably want to put that under there, and then I've got 2 columns here that I can't really fill, so that doesn't help. Perhaps a corner is most likely, but then, as I say, we've got this 2x2 region here that's an absolute menace. Maybe if you click harder you can jam some pieces in where they don't quite belong. Thank you for that suggestion, Fuchsia. If only. Oh, this has potential, actually. And now it can't be done, I think. No. In Talos, as in life, symmetry is quite rare, however, balance is often found. That's very poetic. I would say, though, I have had quite a lot of luck with symmetry in these sigil puzzles. I don't know for a fact this can be solved with symmetry. But equally I don't want to dismiss it offhand. This sort of symmetry is also a possibility. I know this isn't quite symmetrical, but these two make the same shape that these do when they're combined. Rare but not impossible. Indeed. But then end up with the wrong shape there. That's interesting, actually. If you're thinking in terms of negative space, the area this piece leaves behind, it really does want to be filled in by L-shaped pieces, doesn't it? And the same here. Something like that, but that doesn't help massively. Right, obviously it can't be that. No. And this is going to be just as bad, isn't it? Yes. Indeed it is. Nope, that's not going to work. This is an interesting technique, however. It still feels inferior to my put down pieces wherever it works method. Oh, until it works method. Yeah, I know what you mean. Alright, let's try for the old start in a corner and work our way out strategy. In fact, let's also put one of those down early, so it's out the way. I broke my own rule. That wasn't carrying on from what we already had. There's possibilities here. But that's not going to work, is it? And I don't think, no. There's no easy substitutions I could make to make it work either. What about this? Oh, that was close. Hmm. Well, if these two touch like that, they would have to touch lower down. And then we have a problem here. Problem that could be resolved with an L-shaped piece. These would then have to move in. But then it can't be done. Oh, you were close. I saw the solution. Hold on. What did I have before? I distinctly recall I had a shape like this. And a shape like this. What else was different? This was higher up. I think I had this here. And this here. This isn't quite what I had, but it's close. It's possible I had these pieces in here, actually. Could have been either way. Hello, Jenny. Now that would really have to be there. Unless we do away with these. I don't think... No, that can't be filled in. Again, close. But no cigar. Oh. I saw the solution. Go back to what you have done. How far back? I think this is what I had recently. You move the puzzle faster than we type. My apologies. Could I do the same thing, but the other way round? I wonder. Hold on. Right, can I make the mirror image of this? Hold on. This would have to go there. Ah, but then this piece isn't going to fit in neatly, is it? But this one will. Okay. What else did I have? That must have been there. That must have been there. Alright, I think I've reversed it. Or have I just put myself back in the same position I was before? I think I've just put myself back in the same position I was before. No, I couldn't have, because I know I reversed those two. If you put the bit over there, then put the bit over there, then you just have to swap those two bits and you got it. Hang on. A thought. So I'm trying to do something like this, but I want this the other way round. So what if I start by putting it in that position, and then I fill in from there? So those are the bits. I think I've done it. That took me a bit longer than it should have. But we got there. Thank you, Codita. Hello. It doesn't usually take this long to load. That was a bit strange. Beepity boopity. Where are my notes? They're right next to me. Right, so we have humaneye.txt, tetramino.html, preservation.txt, and then another image. So let's start with humaneye.txt. Oh, we've got ASCII here. Just a second. I didn't set up the table before the stream because I forgot. So I'll just do that now quickly. Right, if I go back over here, make sure I get this to the right size. There we go. Right, where were we? You solved the sigil puzzle too fast, so it had to take some time to generate harder ones. Do you want me to just tell you what the hexadecimals say? I mean, I suppose you could. I have been translating them myself this whole game, but I suppose you could. What is a man's eye but a machine for the little creature that sits behind in his brain to look through? Is it man's eyes? Or is it the big seeing engine which has revealed to us the existence of worlds beyond worlds into infinity? What has made man familiar with the scenery of the moon, the spots on the sun, or the geography of the planets? He is at the mercy of the seeing engine for these things, and is powerless unless he tacks it on to his own identity and make it part and parcel of himself. Everything would appear to man as it is what the that bit says. That makes sense. I'll copy that down into my notes. And we'll carry on. Right, tetromino.html. One of the most fascinating aspects of St. Eadward's recently uncovered writings is his preoccupation with finding divine truth in mathematical concepts, which at times borders on pantheism. He was, it would seem, particularly concerned with what we now call tetrominos, seeing in them a reflection of the tetragrammaton and the Greek word for God, theos. Their ability to form other shapes out of themselves symbolises to him the creator's ability to reshape the world without breaking the laws he himself had established. Edward referred to tetrominoes as sigilla, sigils, implying that they were a more truthful version of the magical symbols worshipped by heathens, rooted in both the Abrahamic tradition and careful observation of creation. It is unlikely that these texts would be distributed, as they would almost certainly have resulted in charges of heresy. Goodness. Preservation.txt. I viewed, with a mixture of pity and horror, these beings training to be sold to slaughter, or be slaughtered, and fell into reflections on an old opinion of mine, that it is the preservation of the species, not of individuals, which appears to be the design of the deity throughout the whole of nature. Blossoms come forth only to be blighted. Fish lay their spawn where it will be devoured, and what a large portion of the human race are born merely to be swept prematurely away. Does not this waste of budding life emphatically assert that it is not men, but man, whose preservation is so necessary to the completion of the grand plan of the universe? Children peep into existence, suffer and die. Men play like moths about a candle and sink into the flame. War and the thousand ills which flesh is heir to, mow them down in shawls, whilst the more cruel prejudice of society pulls the existence, introducing not less... Whilst the more cruel prejudices of society pulls the existence, introduce not less sure through those slower decay. Life is more than a dream. That's what the ASCII must say. I wonder why it begins with a 15. A negative acknowledgement. Gordita says, bummer dude. Yeah, not the most joyful text I've ever read, but interesting nevertheless. Right, and we have another image. Now, I think the first image that we encountered was of the tower, and the second image... Hold on, let me put this back. The second image we encountered was, I think, of the elevator inside the tower. So I wonder what we'll get this time. Huh. That looks like 3 asterisks. I don't know what the significance of that would be. And we have 2 asterisks and a 5 here. Huh. Right. Have a quick look around our immediate surroundings. Make sure there's nothing interesting to look at. Oh goodness me, this area is a little larger than I thought. Huh. Oh, I called this a messenger island before, didn't I? When it's not. I forgot. These optional gold star islands have more sigils in, of course. Sigils which I can only assume are used in some way at the end of the game. My faith has taken me to the secret place. Here I hope to discover a way of better serving others. Uriel 4. So again, just having a very quick look about the perimeter. Make sure we're not missing anything, and then we'll just head into one of the puzzles and see where that takes us, I suppose. Nope, I don't think we're missing anything else. So let's get started. nexus, and we get a box and a the word's escaping me. A connector, that's the word. We have a blue source and a blue sink. We have a red source and another connector. Wait, is that a connector? Yes. And a red sink. Alright. Can I get these connected up as is? No, not... Yes. Yes, I can. Wonderful. Ah. That's not going to go well, is it? Oh, no. No, we got away with it somehow. I suppose it's because the connector's below the height of the sinks. So as you can see, the red was able to dip down under the blue, which is very fortuitous. Right, we do have a way back. That's good news. 2 more connectors, interesting. A window, which takes us to a blue sink. Well, I mean, it would be rude not to at this point, wouldn't it? Interesting. More connectors. I feel like this is the most connectors I've had access to in a very long time. Okay. And there's a box there. A red sink and a blue sink. Okay. A box and another connector. So presumably the pressure plate here is going to do that force field. Indeed. Well, I can get the red here quite straightforwardly. Like so. How do I get the blue? That's not too bad. I wonder if I'm better off with the red going over top, though. I probably am. What was the highest box tower you've made? I think I had to make one of 3 to solve one of the puzzles once. Could be wrong. Good, and we have 1 connector left over. Yes, I seem to remember in World C there was a very high box tower you had to make, and I think possibly you had to put it over a fan as well, and that allowed you to get a signal. That allowed you to transport a beam a long way. Oh, we have a jammer. That is interesting. I made a 5 high tower. The game couldn't handle it and it fell apart. Goodness. Okay. Can I get that jammer out of here? I feel like the answer is probably no. For my own curiosity. Okay, I see. So the jammer's presumably supposed to be used there? Another connector and a fan. Oh my goodness. This is a very intricate puzzle. Huh. I wonder what the fans are going to be used for. And I wonder why I need so many connectors. Right, there's blue there, so presumably... Yes. Presumably I'm supposed to connect it up something like this. You need them for connecting, indeed. I can remove that now and put that there. Right, we have another... Ah, there's the sigil. Oh, so the sigil had nothing to do with the fans then. At least at present it doesn't look that way. Another connector? Sorry, 2 more connectors. A red source. Okay. Well, let's see what we can do. I assume I just snake the red beam through here. Is it a red I'm looking for? It is. Then what was up with those fans? Oh, there's a fan. Anything else about here? Any QR codes? Doesn't look like it. I'm guessing that fan will take me to the location of the other fans. It might not. Yes, it does. Interesting. Now, because this goes straight up, that makes me wonder... Oh, is this just to show me the pattern I've created? Or is there a point to this? It certainly raised me extremely high. Oh no. I don't like the look of that many hovering bombs. I could probably leave the... the bounds of the puzzle if I wanted to from here. Not sure there's any point, but I could. Did you spell a naughty word? I hope not. Oh, I can't leave the intended area. Oh, Nexus, of course. Yes, I see. N, E, X, U, S. Indeed. So that's what this area was all about. It was just showing me the word that I'd spelled. Thank you for pointing that out. I'd have missed it. Right, on to the next one, I suppose. Was this the one with all the hovering bombs? No, so that must be the one up top. Oh yeah, of course it would be. Right, we've got a blue source. We've got a force field with a recorder and a connector on the other side. Hold on. What did it say is used in this? A box, a recorder, a connector, and a platform. Oh, I can go around here already. Ah, there's the platform. Interesting. There's a blue sink. And there's another blue sink. Why would I want to bring that force field down? Ah, to bring the blue beam through, presumably. Ah, I see. So I would need, because I only have one connector. I do only have one connector right now, don't I? Yes, because I only have one connector, I cannot directly connect the blue source over here to the blue sink over here, but by using the recorder I can double the connector up. I can bring the beam round, and then if I connect the connector up to the source while the force field is down, I can also connect it up there and have it permanently down. So presumably that's what I'm supposed to do. So with that being the case, with how the way the recorders work, I think I need to place... I think wherever I place the connector during playback is where it's going to finally end up. So it's during recording that I want to place a connector over here. So, let's try that, shall we? If I can... Ah, okay. Not as simple as I thought. Okay, fair enough. Let's go back and re-examine what needs to be done. I mean, I do have a platform. I suppose in theory I could put a connector on top of myself and connect things up that way. But the problem is I couldn't put the connector on top of myself. I couldn't put the connector on top of myself while I'm recording. It's my future self that would have to put the connector on top of the platform. And doesn't that dictate... Doesn't that version of the connector dictate where it's going to finally rest? That is the version of the connector that the future me during playback is moving about. Okay, well let's do some experimenting just to begin with. Supposing I pick this up, and I'll just stand here for a few seconds. And now put it down and begin playback. Can I put the connector on top of here? No, it doesn't look like I can. Okay, that was worth rolling out. So that's probably not part of the solution then. Interestingly enough. Am I missing something obvious? I mean, presumably I could do it if I could get past me to a very low position so I could stand over them. I don't see any way to do that. And the extra height I get from this on its own isn't enough. I don't think I can crouch in this game, so that's not a thing. Huh. This one's more challenging than I first thought. Okay, how far out can I get this one? About there. I could certainly connect up the blue that way. But the problem, using the recorder I mean. But if I do that, the problem is it's going to have to be... I need to connect the future connector to there, and to there, and to there. Oh, which I can do on this spot. Okay, so it is what I initially thought it would be. It's just... I had the wrong place in mind. Maybe it was just a matter of being a bit closer. You mean with the platform and the connector? Right, let's try this again. So if I grab that, connect it up to there, connect it up to there, connect it up to there, and place it here. Oh, I didn't connect it up to there. Oops. That's on me. I may have wasted too much time. I wasted too much time. Okay, never mind. I'm reasonably convinced it can be done now anyway. So again, we'll wait another 20 seconds and then hopefully I won't make the same mistake this time round. So, It's there, and there. 4 things it has to connect up to. So there, and there. And hopefully we can find a spot. Oh yeah, that spot should do. Wonderful. I think that will just work now. We'll wait for the recording to end though. Yep, we're good. Wonderful. I just have to be careful I don't cut off either of those 2 beams. Because if I do, I'll have to repeat what I just did. Right. What do we have here? A blue sink. A ladder. Ooh. Well, that will allow me to start bringing the platform into play, since I can get up high now. Another blue sink with a sigil. Okay, so that's our goal. So ultimately, it's all about just getting the signal over here. Could I not do that already? Just using the recorder without using a platform at all? I feel like if I just started recording for a long enough time, I don't know, 30 seconds, 40 seconds, long enough to give me plenty of time to spare, I could just, during playback, pick that connector up, walk all the way around here, and then place it here and just connect it straight up. But then that raises the question, what's the point in all this? I really don't see any reason why that wouldn't just work. Wait, do I already have another connector? Did I gain access to another one when I came through here? No, so it would mean using the recorder. Oh, the reason I can't do that is because I can't take connectors up ladders. I'd forgotten. Of course. Okay, that makes sense. That's interesting. That means the only thing that could possibly be up here is myself. Which means the only thing that I could, at least at the moment, the only thing I could transport using that platform and the recorder is myself. I wonder what the value in that is. I mean, I suppose I could try jumping over things. I don't think I could jump over that though. That is actually an interesting subtle difference. When I've had access to the platform before, the way that the puzzles have worked is that my past self goes into a ditch or some other area that's been lowered, and so my future self has access to everything that's on ground level. But by just reversing that, by putting my future self up high, suddenly the only thing that can be transported is myself. Right, well, if I use the recorder, I could certainly... In fact, why don't I start recording while talking? So we're just building up a nice long buffer. I could, of course, during playback, grab that and I could connect that up and I could connect this up. The only reason to connect this up that I can think of, though, would be to hold this same force field open that this is holding open. Goodness me, look at the bloom. Oh, Fuchsia said, how are you going to get up there with a connector though? Yes. That's exactly right. I suppose if there was another blue source through here though, which there is, Yes. If I put a connector here, so if I moved this connector from where it is, if during playback I grabbed that connector, walked over to the point I'm standing on right now, and then I connected it up to that blue sink, that blue source, that blue sink, and of course the itself in the past, then that should just work. So I think that's what I need to do. Let's give that a go. Right, we want it about here, don't we? That does seem to work. Oh, I just had a horrible thought. Because I spent so long standing around that spot talking, is my past self going to run over here and then block the beams? Well, we'll just have to see. I can certainly get this box out of here. Is there anything else in here? I mean, in principle, I shouldn't have to evacuate items from here because it should stay open even when the recording ends, but just in case. Okay, what does having a box allow me to do that I couldn't do before? Can I go up here with a connector? I probably could, actually. And I have enough time left on the recording that I could actually move this back to where it was, which is where I think it needs to be to finish the I didn't mean to do that. Let's hope that stays open. Nope. Never mind. Alright, we'll just hold on. That's not right. We'll just do it again. Alright, put this over here. Start recording again. Yeah, so I think it's around here that we need the connector to be. So that we can get access to it up there. And the box is probably the key, because the box presumably allows me to move a connector up top. Without using the ladder. So let's verify that quickly. Although then that does raise the question, what was the point in the platform? No, that's not going to work. Alright. Then what I mean, I can see intuitively that if my past self was standing on here with a platform above their head and I was standing on top of that, then that would be more than enough height for me to get up here. But I would also need to be holding the connector. And I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to pick up the connector when I'm as high as I would be if I was on top of my former self, if that makes sense. That's probably the next thing to try, though. So I think that can stay there for now. So we begin recording, we pick this up, and then where do we want to be standing? I think over here. I think this is the right spot. So we stand here. Give myself plenty of time, because of course I've got to run round the side. That should do. Then I suppose I'll walk over here. The question is, when my future self is on top, will I be able to reach the connector from this spot? And the answer is I have no idea. But let's assume I manage it. Then I need to jump up here, and give my past self plenty of opportunities to disembark. And now we'll go back. And now we'll just let the clock run a while, because once I've set up there, your past self from the future, because once I've set up there, of course, I may, for example, need to move the connector around a bit to actually get it in the proper place, and then I need to walk over to the sigil and so on. Right, let's try now. Actually, before I click that, let me rehearse in my head, what am I doing? I need to run around the side, I need to go up the ladder, I need to embark on top of my past self. My past self will take me here, I pick up the connector, my past self takes me round, I then disembark back onto the top, and then I have to connect things up. So that's straightforward enough. So around here, I'm waiting for my past self. Thank you, past me. Good. So that's first part of the my proposed solution. Complete. So it all rests on, can I reach the connector while I'm this high? I can! I think this will work then. Thank you, past me. It's been a pleasure. Right, connect that up to there. Connect that up to there. Put it there. Hello, Pengy. It's lovely to see you. Onward, trusty steed. Indeed. So that worked. That worked out quite well in the end. Actually, I'll tell you what. I think it's very unlikely I'm going to have to come back here. But on the 1 in a million chance that I do, let's make sure I have this set up in such a way that everything still works. Oh well, close enough. Point is, I haven't locked myself off from components I would need to get to. How are you, Pengy? Oh, here we go. All the hovering bombs. Cobweb. Ah, taunting us with the sigil right from the start. Wait, those aren't hovering bombs, those are buzzers. Oh, I don't mind that so much. I'm fine, just got home from a trip outdoors, and you? I'm doing quite well, thank you. Was it a pleasant trip, if you don't mind my asking? Ah, right, we have a source, and we have a window, several windows in fact. We have a red source, a connector, and a box. Just a connector through there, it seems. Right, where's the red go? The red goes there. Okay. So I guess we just complete this bit by bit. I don't think there's anything I can do about the fact that the buzzers over here are going to keep interrupting that beam. I think that's just the way it is. And looking at the angle, doesn't look like there's much I can do about that one either. I was hoping... Actually, there is something I could do. Because I have another connector, don't I? Right, put that there temporarily. Oh. Pengy says, yes, was running out in the sun, starts to feel like spring again. Very nice. Oh. Alright, is there anything I can do to improve this situation? Let's have a look. So that one is interrupting it. Does the other one do so? Yeah, they both do. Is there any way I can get back there to do something about it? It really doesn't seem like it. And I already prevented that buzzer from interrupting the beam. I know in theory I could rush through, but that's no good if I need to hold it open long enough to also connect up the red beam. Pengy says, have an idea if you want, don't remember the puzzle. Okay there. What do you think? Oh, hold on. I'm missing a trick here, aren't I? There, that should hold it open. Oh, it would do if these two weren't interfering. But I think that's easy to solve. I think it's just the way I placed them that was causing the problem. Penky says, yes, that's my idea too. Still isn't quite ideal because of this one. I could use the box to get in its way though. Right, that's open now. Good, 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 good. Now what? I suppose I should have tried to connect both of these up to there as well. Okay, let's see if with a bit of repositioning I can make that happen. That's interesting. They're going to cross one way or the other, aren't they? So the box must actually be a necessary component. I need that to raise the height of one of these two connectors. Right, that should work. Although this is going to periodically close whenever that buzzer goes past. I'm also short a connector now. Let's move that out there and have a look about here. I think it all comes down to the charging duration of this red sink. If it's very short, I may have already done it. If not, then I'll have to get creative, I suppose. Why is that not working? Oh, I can see why they call it a cobweb. Because of the ridiculous path this is going to have to take. Ow. Okay, do I have any windows to my advantage? I do not. Okie dokie. I take it I can't place these on top of buzzers' heads. No. I probably could with a box though. Ooh, now that's an idea, isn't it? I like that idea. I would still need to prevent the red beam from interacting with any of these blue beams though. So putting a box on top of one of these buzzers, the problem that would in theory solve is that I wouldn't have to worry about the buzzer constantly getting in the way. Although it would introduce a problem that the buzzer wouldn't always be in view of the source. So actually that wouldn't help. Take it this one isn't. Yeah, this one also won't always be in view of the respective source. Okay. In which case it really does just come down to how do I arrange the blue such that the red won't get in the way? Well, I suppose you could see it the other way round. Ow. Oh, I see. Is that a spare connector I spy? Indeed. I could use that to block the path of one buzzer if I wanted. Or I could try and use it to find a path for the red. Problem is, this connector in particular is just, it creates a great line that encompasses the entire area that the red beam must pass through somewhere. But the connector on the other side is going to do the same. Ow. I do have the box now though. Yes. I think these buzzers are probably in view of the source almost all the time. So if I put the box on top of that, so that I could put a connector on top of it, then I probably... Oh, am I not allowed? Is that only for hovering bombs? Oh, I thought I was onto something then. I was thinking I could do it with just one connector. Let's try something very similar anyway. Hold on. Maybe move that slightly. It's an improvement. Will the red be able to get through? I think it will. And now, put that there. Now that one's not getting in the way. I should have freed up another connector, shouldn't I? I feel like I had 4 connectors in total. Did I only have 3? Ah, there's the 4th. Right, I think I've done it. Penky says, I think also linking the connectors with each other would improve a lot. Good idea though. No! Why did that disconnect then? Because I don't think the buzzer had gone all the way round. Oh well. We did it! That was a good one. And I think... Yeah, we searched this area when we got here, didn't we? So that's it. That's the last optional island complete. All that's left is to go to the top of the tower and see what we find. Where's the way out? It'll be this way, won't it? Thank you, Pengy. Right then. To the tower.
Tracking of primary subject has ceased. Initiate.
How strange.
Initiate.
If it is the case that this entire simulation, well, we don't know if this we don't know if the place we are right now is a simulation. But I suppose all these tests, if all this was put together for some purpose, and Elohim was built to serve that purpose, but then decided, because he was afraid of whatever the completion of the task would mean for him, he's now been trying to. He's now been working against the completion of the process. He just wants work to continue forever. If all that's the case, then I wonder why the facility was built such that Elohim apparently couldn't track us while we're in this central tower. I wonder if there's actually a deliberate part of the design because they were concerned Elohim might go rogue. But that wouldn't work if Elohim could self-destruct us while we're outside of the this area anyway. So that doesn't quite figure. Oh, just a sec. There we go. What? Those are birds, I assume. They might not be. What are they actually? Are they birds? They look too flat. Are they pieces of paper? Have you done all the achievements you wish to do? If by achievements you mean Steam achievements, then I'm not particularly bothered. So yes. If there's some other sort of achievement I'm not aware of. Penga says, oh, good question, I've no clue. Unfortunately lost track of the story on the way, which by the way is a bonus to get some more background story when watching it again. And the stars and Easter eggs? I have every single star, unless there's additional stars beyond the 30 you need to get into the optional islands. As for Easter eggs, again, I'm not particularly bothered. I mean, it's not that I don't appreciate a good Easter egg when I encounter one. But equally, I don't intend to spend long periods of time looking for Easter eggs that I don't even know whether they exist. Strange. Alright, let's keep going. But thank you for asking. I appreciate your concern. Pengy says, by the nature of Easter eggs, it's hard to know which you haven't got. Indeed.
Do you not understand? The tower is death, mine and yours. I did not warn you out of malice or deceit. I warned you because you are my child.
If he can't track me, how did he know to speak to me just then? Even if it were the case that the communications channel was completely separate to the tracking channel, which sounds a bit dubious, but even if that were the case, how did he know at that moment I'd reach the top of the tower if he couldn't track me? Do not be afraid. I chose long ago to remain in this place and serve as a guide. I'll help you to attain our destiny. Shepherd. Wasn't Shepherd the one that claimed that, I think it was Samsara betrayed them or something? Earlier on? And they were trapped? You can never reach the peak of this tower. There is no purpose to existence. I will show you the futility of the task and you will understand. This is actually interesting in and of itself. If we are to believe Elohim has been working against the completion of whatever task this place was built for, because he wants it to go on and on forever, and presumably therefore his existence to continue forever, why are our predecessors leaving graffiti here telling us that they had turned away from pursuing the peak of the tower? That suggests that because they couldn't have got up this far without Elohim complaining like he's been complaining to us, presumably. It just seems like a bit of a contradiction. Or perhaps we're supposed to believe that they willingly disobeyed Elohim, went up, were disappointed and came back down, maybe? Godita says Elohim moves in mysterious ways. Also, he might be drunk. Fun fact: if you've left a graffito, your Steam friends will be able to see it, and vice versa. I did not know that. I have, in fact, left a couple. I left the very first one so that I could read my own version number, and then I left the second one to see if my version number was incrementing every time I died, and in fact, it was, which was a bit disturbing. Well, now this is interesting, isn't it? Oh, I just saw a visual glitch. We are still in the simulation then. Because I was remarking earlier about whenever we entered an island, we always saw visual glitches. But when we were in the overworld, we didn't seem to. So perhaps this could be the real world, but no. I think it's fair to say we are most definitely still in a simulation. I wonder if there's any value in jumping down there. Benga says, oh, it's the Steam friends that sees them. I was thinking who else it was. I was, however, surprised that it generated valid QR codes. Interesting.
Please listen to me.
You are tracking me.
Yes, the tower leads out of this world. It leads to freedom and truth. But it also leads to the end of us.
Now that's interesting. There is an achievement for changing your mind and not doing the tower, but it's not popular as it requires a long walk. Would that be if I turned back right now? Right, there's a red sink there and a blue sink there. But where are... Oh, and there's a blue source there. So presumably I let this individual out and then they help me in some way, perhaps by pressing down that pressure plate. I hope they are going to be... I hope they do have my best interests at heart. Wait, did something just... The shepherd! Goodness! We meet! We meet at last! Okay. No, I probably shouldn't. It's possible to discard him by forcing him to fall, but not recommended. I had a suspicion. That's odd. Well, they certainly aren't birds, are they? They probably are pieces of paper. The whole tower seems to be experiencing a bit of a moment, doesn't it? I hope I'm not on a timer here. The tower is a time trial. Oh no. Maybe it's time to leave then. Oh.
There is still a chance to save this world. All you need to do is turn back.
Okay. What was I doing? Do that again, but a bit faster, I suppose. Oh, interesting. There's a fan over there. It's possible to jump beyond Elohim's Made of Words barrier from the tower if you take a running jump. I've heard of that. Oh, that's what I should have done. Of course. Right, what do we have here? A switch. Ooh.
Can you not see? Here, in this world, we know who we are. We each have our part to play in the process. We have a purpose, a destiny.
It seems like you've robbed everyone of their purpose. Okay. What would you like me to do? The shepherd? Samsara. Interesting, they're both here then. Do you just want me to connect this up so you can connect it to something? Oh no, you probably want me to do that. I don't know where the shepherd's gone. Oh, there, that's where they've gone. Will you let me through now? You will. Wonderful. Okay. Now what should I do? Should I go on there? Where does this ladder take me? Interesting. So where would I have ended up if I'd taken this? Woo! Over here. Okie dokie. Not quite sure what the point in that was, but... Okay, so I can go from side to side for some reason. What about over here? Well, I'd like to connect the red up. I have a connector over there, don't I? Where's the red? The red's there. Can I see both the things I need to connect up from over here? I can. So I just take the connector over, presumably. But to do that, I would need something else weighing down the... I'd need something else to be weighing down the fan. But equally, to take the box over, I'd need something else weighing down this fan, such as my body. That makes sense. Okay. So that goes there. Samsara's goal is to block the light source from you. Do they not have our best interests at heart? Sorry, I would be talking more and explaining my thought process more, but of course now that I know I'm on a timer, I feel a bit pressured to get things done. Okay, so there's another jammer over there. That must be the shepherd. What am I missing? Oh no, time's running out. Oh, am I supposed to jam something for them? Probably give them access to the jammer. Hello? You have access to the jammer over there now? Was that not what you wanted? Can I jam them? Well, this is a bit strange. Looks like I'm out of time again. Don't know if I did this part, by the way, lol. What am I missing? Can I make that jump, since I'm clearly running out of time as it is? How do I do a running jump? That's how. Nope.
All this suffering. You don't have to endure this. Not every mystery needs a solution.
I see they've recorded quite a lot of custom dialogue for Elohim here, so that because the developers obviously expected that the player would need to repeat this bit a few times. When you walk down the plank near to Samsara, you miss the trigger wall. Oh, so was the game expecting me to take a particular path, and because I took a different path, the script that controls the non-player the non-player characters didn't update? Apparently he's a bit short-sighted for an AI. Okay. That's annoying. Because as someone that hasn't played this content before, I couldn't possibly have known about that. There we go. Alright, what was I doing? There was nothing here to grab, was there? I just keep going. You're doing much better than most. Well, thank you very much. Right, what did I have to do here? I had to connect that up to something, didn't I? Off you go. Oh, I could actually cross over here if I wanted. Is there any reason to? I don't see any value in doing so right now. Possibly I'll want to come back here in the future. What a handsome fellow. Right, let's carry on. You'd want to bring your connector. I thought they let me through before. This is definitely progressing differently to how it did last time. Why is this progressing differently? No, that's not the essential difference. This is strange. Oh, I must have... No, that will take me back down. That's the way I came up. Huh. Okay, I'm back where I was before, essentially. No, that... How did this work? I had to bring... Yes, that's right. I had to get the connector over to the other side. That must be what you meant about I didn't hit the trigger wall. I must have been allowed across when I wasn't supposed to be allowed across. And because of that, the script for the shepherd didn't properly update either. Wait, what happened to the connector? Did the connector not go? Oh, I was supposed to go with the connector, that was it. So okay, that's alright, I didn't go far. I was worried I'd just chucked it off the world. But no, that's not the case. A connector cannot fly without a box underneath it. Let's see. Wonderful. Has he jammed the same one? He has. That's wonderful. I think the only thing for me to do now is keep going.
This world is our home. If you leave, the storm will consume it. There will be no way back.
Teamwork indeed. No? You're not interested? Was I supposed to be on that? No, it can't be the case because I couldn't have placed that on there otherwise. They must want the box. Wonderful. Oh, you probably wanted that to still be over there. Wonderful. It's a shame you can't actually play this section with a friend.
As long as the process continues, there is order, there is meaning. We are the story, and the story tells us who we are.
Oh, that's Samsara. I'm not sure whether I should be helping them. I suppose I could connect this up if I wanted. That doesn't seem to have achieved very much though. Although I could connect all this up, couldn't I? I get the feeling, I could be wrong, but I get the feeling that whenever I... was I supposed to knock them through there? I get the feeling that whenever I complete a section, the timer resets. Or at least it puts more time on the clock for me. Nope, that doesn't seem to help. Okay. What am I supposed to do here? Is there anything for me to connect up on this side? Is there any way I can help the shepherd? I don't know what they need, if anything. I can go up high for whatever that's worth. Not quite high enough. It's as if I need a box over here to make it all the way. Oh, I'm gonna run out of time again, aren't I? The world's getting very sad all of a sudden. Yeah, this is a bit of a shame. I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing. Oh, there's a box. So I'm probably supposed to jam that, jump on the box, grab that, and up I go. Oh, I definitely got more time on the clock then. You could visually see it.
This world may be an illusion.
Thank you.
But as long as we believe in the illusion, it is real. It sustains us. It gives us hope.
Why do I have two... Oh, I suppose I go... There's going to be an item that I can bring down to hold the pressure plate down that then allows me to grab the jammer, presumably. Interesting.
In this world, we have all the answers we need. But out there, who are we out there when we are neither master nor servant? What meaning can we find in a world that has no purpose?
And by item, of course, I meant individual. That wasn't especially helpful. I could... Oh, no. Sorry. Back we go.
If you go back, all will be forgiven. The process will continue. We will be at peace.
Well, let's see how much of this I can remember. So, I wonder what I was supposed to do at the very end there. There were 2 force fields, but I only had 1 jammer. I know that the shepherd had a connector, but interestingly they weren't placing it, they were just holding it. Oh, maybe they wanted me to turn around and use the jammer from the other side of the force field to let them through. That's probably what I did wrong. What did I have to do here? Oh, that was it. Off you go. I do like that emote of yours, Pengy. I just jump on this, don't I? Pretty sure that's the case. No point placing the connector on there, because as we discovered before, I actually need to be holding it. Otherwise it won't make it to the other side. This goes on here. Now what do I have to do here? This goes on here, I pick up the connector, I jump on here, over I go. And then I'm able to connect things up the way I need. Now I can head through here. What was the next thing? I had to let the shepherd through. Didn't I need the jammer up there? I thought I needed the jammer up here, but maybe that was it. Maybe I'm getting confused with another section of the game. Must be. Shame they can't talk. I feel like that would simplify things a lot. Off they go. What was the trick here? Didn't I discover that I could ruin their day thusly? Yes. I don't know if that's actually beneficial or not, but I've done it all the same. I feel like not having them run around could be useful. Blocking Samsara is an excellent move. Oh, thank you. They must be pretty sad right now. Anyway. Most players fail to do so. I tried to do it the first time, but unfortunately it seemed like it would only work once, because when I tried to activate the fans the second time round, it didn't blow them back for some reason. That was it. That's what I was missing. Now, what can I do for you? See, we're back where we were before, and I know I've technically made progress because the shepherd is now over here. Yet, I don't feel like I'm any the wiser. Just having the shepherd standing there doesn't help. What can I even do? I mean, I could do this again. Does that... No, it doesn't do the same force field. That's a pity. Unsurprisingly, nothing's come up because there's no one down there. I mean, I could stand in here and see if they run round to let me down. They haven't. The elevator is blocking his progress. I feel like this force field is the main thing blocking his progress. Oh, I see, because I can jam the other side. Ah. That was strange. Did he reset himself? He's no longer needed. Goodness me. How selfless. Yes, he's connected to the bread. The red sink. I know there's a red source all the way over here. Oh, did he also? He did also connect to it.
Here. Let the story go on forever.
Okay. Oh, now I can presumably ride the fan up. Whoa! Goodness me.
You were always meant to defy me. That was the final trial. But I was scared. I wanted to live forever.
Well, my apologies, sir. I don't actually seem to have much choice. No. Invisible walls. Fair enough. Now the question is, do you like cats? Fengi says, would be fun if you could fall down there. I don't see any graffiti about here. That may mean we're the first ones up here. Or perhaps they just lacked paint. This is the first modern looking terminal we've encountered. I'm pretty sure all the ones before now have been cathode ray tubes. Is anyone there? / import Milton Library Assistant. I mean, I don't really know what I'm dealing with here. Yes, it's even widescreen. That's a good spot. Open up a new page in my notes. Hold on. Oh, have I just missed out on some opportunity there? /transcend to authenticate child program parameters and begin upload process. I have these sigils up in the top left. Have I missed my opportunity to use them? Hello, Yisha. It's lovely to see you. Well, there's nothing else I can do now, so... I've got a feeling I may have missed out on something interesting there with the import. Unfortunately, I can't go back. So, stroke transcend. Analyzing logic performance satisfactory. Child program independence check passed. Forcing him shut down done. Ooh. Achievement free will. Initiating L system availability check. Da da da. Institute for Applied Neometics. Initiating gold disk upload. Oh my goodness. Did I miss an opportunity to speak with the so-called serpent in the terminal? If a cable looked like that out, I wouldn't have a good feeling. No, neither would I. Gold disk received. Data transferred into the Soma/Talos unit. Simulation purpose fulfilled. Deleting the simulation. Destroying composite objects. See, this isn't what it usually looks like when you delete data. Removing elements, undoing rule set, clearing memory, freeing resources. Terminating open programs. Erasing old data. Also, I'm not quite sure why they're taking a scorched earth approach here. Have a nice day. I feel like there's at least a chance that all that stuff could have been useful in the future. Soma/Talos hardware booting, initializing firmware functional, loading parameters from gold disk. Oh, so if my version number is 66, that is the lowest part of it, the sub-minor number. I wonder if that means I died a total of 66 times in the game. Or reset. Died or reset. I wonder how much time has actually passed. The building I was in hasn't been reclaimed by nature, which is encouraging. That doesn't look like very long has passed at all. 50 years? Maybe? That's in really good condition for something that hasn't been maintained at all. And there's still buildings on top. That's not been left derelict for long. 50 years. If they were very, very well built, maybe 100. Bit of a shame about missing the opportunity to possibly speak with the serpent in the machine. I'm wondering if I can go back and try it again quickly. So, did everyone enjoy that? Penky says, true, interesting that the trees could grow there, but nothing else hasn't really cracked. Yes, that is interesting. I'm wondering if I should skip past this or not. My guess is the credits aren't very long. Early Android port. So, am I to understand this is a mobile game as well? Sigils of Elohim promotional game. Beta testing. Licenses Lua scripting language, so this was written, or at least large parts of it was written in Lua. Ogvorbis, Zlib, Pluto, heavy duty persistence for Lua. Hadn't heard of that before. LibTomCrypt, cryptography library. I wonder what they're using cryptography for. LibSquish, Speaks, OpenSSL, FreeType, that'll be for fonts, I assume. NVTT, NVIDIA texture library. FXAA, Bitstream Vera fonts, Noto fonts, Poly2Try, LibPNG, LibJPEG, libd show capture. Quite a few libraries they're using then. Also means they must have built their own engine. SSL might be just to get access to Steam for the Steam Friends graffiti. Good thought, that would make sense. Crow Team contributors for the VR version, so I could have played this game in VR. Yeah, that's not been abandoned very long at all. I thought you were all along. No. Oh, I can only... I can't continue. I could go back to this point though. Okay, so what do we think, chat? Should I go back to a backup and see if I can speak to the serpent in the machine? Or would you prefer I just get on with the DLC? That's why I was confused as to how you read comments, etc. so fast. Oh, I see. Nope, just playing it with a plain old-fashioned monitor. So yes, there's some DLC, which is, I understand, essentially an expansion called The Road to Gehenna. But I also think I may have missed an interesting interaction with the serpent in the terminal. So, what would you rather see? Penky says your pick, no opinion actually. Any other preferences? Okay, I probably will go back then. I'm not sure... oh, achievement, last stable version. Whoa, this is a long way back. But this is when I acquired the last of the sigils. Actually, that's a very good point. I never used those sigils. It's not just the serpent in the machine that I'm missing. I quite literally never used those sigils. I forgot about that. I should look into that. That intrigues me more than the conversation with the serpent in the machine. Why is there... why do I have sigils for some sort of sixth seal that I've not encountered? I remember discovering before that the elevator here actually can go a long way down from here. When I had taken the lift all the way up, I say all the way up, a long way up, and then fell off, and then came back in, I saw there was a big area under here that was unexplored, and like you wouldn't... I realise a lift has to be built to have some room down there for parts of the mechanism, but not as much as I saw. There was a huge hole, and there's a sixth option here that I can't use. Yes, good thing I went back then, indeed. So my suspicion is that 6 probably takes me all the way down, and there's probably something else there worth looking at. The only catch is...
tracking of primary subject has ceased. Initiate.
I have no idea where the lock is. This is one I've completed. That's how I got through here. I mean, I could walk all the way back up if I wanted, but what would be the point? I suppose worst case scenario, if I get locked at the top, if the game's absolutely insistent that once I've gone up to the top I have to finish the game again, I can just go back and restore the same checkpoint.
Do you not understand? The tower is death, mine and yours. I did not warn you out of malice or deceit. I warned you because you are my child.
So my thoughts are that I should have a very careful look about the vicinity. See if there's anything up here I missed. I'm not seeing anything. I could jump from here. I don't think there'd be any point though. It's not like this is the only section that's lacking a fence. What about down here? I remember remarking before, I wonder if there's anything down here worth looking at. Well, now's the time to find out. Not seeing anything. No. Alright, can I make this jump? Yes. I'm guessing if I walk through here, I'm locked to the end sequence. So I won't do that right now. Well, shall we take the fast way down? What's the worst that could happen? There we go. Landed like a cat. Now this is what I meant by it goes down a long, long way. Much further than it has any reason to. Yes, indeed. Yisha says it's a lot more than it needs for a base. See, my suspicion is that there might be an area down there and that's perhaps where the 6th seal is. But that is only guesswork on my part. I will take any thoughts or theories from chat. If anyone has any ideas how I might be able to find this final seal. So one thing that I just thought is we saw how when you go to we saw how when we were on the bottom floor there was a fence that was preventing us from entering the lift shaft. I'll just go back down here. This, I'm thinking if I could get a hold of maybe 3 boxes down here, I could probably get up there, but then again I wouldn't be able to fit through that little gap, would I? So that's probably not the solution. Is there a barrier like that on every single floor? Right, there clearly is on this floor. Let's keep going. If I could just find one floor that doesn't have it, I might be able to engineer a situation where I can drop down the lift shaft. This floor has it. This one does as well. Oh, that actually pauses the game, sorry. There we go. Oh no. I'm guessing there probably is a fence at every level then. Yes. Okay. Here's a different theory. Maybe the area we're trying to get to isn't really low. Maybe the lift theoretically could go higher. Although there's not much evidence for that, is there? I was just thinking, supposing there was another level above this. Nope, don't look like it. Okay. I was wondering if there could be like another floor which we'd have to drop down on to get to. But it doesn't look that way. You know, imagine if the lift just couldn't, was programmed not to go any higher, even though there was in theory another floor there, and we had to say climb up and around here to drop down on it. I would like to jump down there though. Hold on, am I over it? Am I over? I'm over it now. Okay, I think this is pretty conclusive. The lift does not go any higher. That does support my proposition that we're actually trying to go very low though. Alright, can I make the jump here? Yes, but now I'm a bit stuck. I may be better off jumping over there from the staircase. The spiral staircase that goes up the tower. I can't see. Am I in the right place? Probably. Ooh, that was close. Looks like there's more round there. Hello? What do we have here? A series of pigeons? I mean, if that's all it is, it's significantly less useful than I'd hoped. And another diving board. Well, I mean, really, it's just an eye bar, but... Alright, let's see where we end up if we just leap off of here. I think this is the same place we found a gold star before. Yes, I'm pretty sure that's it. That's an alternate route to the same location. So that's not actually very helpful. I take it we can't go through here? No, we can't. I just had a really dumb idea. Hold on. I just had a really dumb idea. So the messenger islands we couldn't get to at the start of the game because they were all boarded up. There were wooden boards blocking access. Now, if I grab that axe that is down here, I wonder if I can get through this wire mesh. Now, I do realise that a wire mesh is going to be somewhat more of a challenge for a axe than wooden boards. But I reckon it's worth a go. I suppose another possibility is that the final sigils might be used over there. Since I can go back checkpoints, that might be worth investigating. I'm pretty sure that just leads to the Elohim ending though, where you side with Elohim, never climb the tower. Right, fingers crossed. No. No, no such luck. That's a shame. Oh. You really would have thought the axe could have got through that. Although that does raise another possibility, something that I didn't check. Could there be a side way in to the lift shaft on any of the levels? Unfortunately, that means I need to check each of the levels again. So how about this for a plan? I do that first. I go up level by level, checking to see if we can slip inside the lift shaft in any way. And if not, then I check out the area at the bottom that's accessible via World C. Are you missing a puzzle piece? Maybe that will unlock the elevator. If I am, I'm not aware of it. You make a good point, actually. You make a very good point. Because the way that I had been unlocking them up till now is I've been using the terminals. So when I first came to this elevator, it only had access to 2 floors, not on 1. And by accessing the terminals and entering codes, I was able to unlock the subsequent floors. That should be what I'm looking for. I should be looking for a code that will grant me access to the 6th floor. Thank you, Yisha. That was very helpful. That made me remember an important bit of information that I'd forgotten. I'm still going to check all the glass on the way up anyway, just in case. But that'll be it. The sigils themselves were always used on doors like this. So what would happen is I would get onto one of these floors, I would be presented with one of these locks, I'd use the sigils, sorry, to get through the lock, I'd complete the puzzle, and at the end I'd be presented with a new code of 3 digits and a terminal, and I'd enter that code into the terminal and using the proper program, and I'd gain access to the next floor and then rinse and repeat over and over. So it's probably the same again. It's just I don't know the code for the final floor. Was there even a terminal on this floor? Previously, whenever I'd complete a puzzle, there'd be a terminal at the end of the puzzle, and that terminal would contain the code I needed. But because this floor 5 worked differently, we would exit here and make our way up. I never encountered another terminal. Okay, let's go down one floor then, because I know there's a terminal down there. And see what we can see. So I suppose the first question will be, is access to the 6th floor even presented? And presuming it is, then it just becomes a question of determining the code. Here we go. Is that the terminal at the end? Must be. Right, what do we have here then? Device manager. Wonderful. We want the floor access control, don't we? 6 requires code. Okay, so once again, thank you, Yisha. You, if you hadn't given me that prompt, I'd have completely forgotten. So for the 3rd floor, we needed the code 215. For the 4th, 472. For the 5th, 450. I must have not written down the one for the 2nd. So that is what it comes down to, doesn't it? Where do I find the code? Hold on. Let me go down another floor. I want to... Actually, that wasn't necessary now I think about it. Oh, it'll work equally well. I want to check a terminal where one of the codes is hidden, so I can just remind myself what those codes look like. My thought is that if they were going to hide the code to the 6th floor somewhere where not every player would find it, then the obvious place to put it would be in one of the optional islands, because it's the optional islands you go to pick up the grey sigils, the ones that I've got in the top left. Right. And the scribe of Osiris wrote upon the sacred parchment that is called INI floor 4 _ password equals 472. Only thus can you reach this blessed Aru. Okay. So it's quite overt. We'll take the fast way down. Good thing there's no fall damage. And to save time later, I will set the lift coming down now. But what we're going to do is one at a time. We're going to go through each of the optional islands, and we're going to check every terminal we find. Hold on, do I even need to do that? Didn't we discover before that there's a way that I can access? Nope, that's not what I want. What was it? I could have sworn there was a way that I could... That was it. Yeah, I can just access all the documents from here. Right. So it's going to be the one with the images. So presumably the 8. Those are the optional ones. There's ASCII here. But nothing that stands out, at least upon a quick inspection, as a very obvious password. So let's keep going. Wait, that's the wrong one. I take it that wasn't a clue. No. Doesn't really indicate... It just shows me that reaching the 6th floor is possible. It doesn't really indicate... Hold on. Blake Archive 793. That wouldn't happen to be the code, would it? I take it none of the other... No, none of the other documents seem to have... None of the other documents on the... From the optional islands, from the Gold Star Islands, appear to have those sort of numbers in the name. Well, it's worth a go, isn't it? If that isn't it, we'll just go back to our notes again. The only thing that makes me think that might not be it is because in the other cases they were very overt about this is some sort of password. They may not have linked it to the lift itself. Actually, let's just go to... We'll go to 1 instead. Because I believe that's the terminal which had the code that I never wrote down. Not that I have any particular reason to believe I'll need it again, but... I may as well be comprehensive in my approach. Oh, what was it? There it is. Oh, but I'm going to need to unlock this again. Fair enough, this wasn't particularly hard. Right, that should work. Oh, did this not have a code on it? Huh. What was the code hidden then? Huh. That's peculiar. I don't remember where the code was then. Anyway. So what was it? 793? Assuming I'm not misremembering. Incorrect. No. There we go. $793. So I did remember it correctly, but that wasn't the code. Fair enough. Again, nothing that particularly stands out as a numeric code. Ooh. What are the names of the images? #6 and then some other stuff. #6 and then some other stuff. I feel like number 6 is trying to be... It feels like it must be a clue that it has something to do with the 6th floor. I know we don't know that for certain, but why else would they have... It feels like a coincidence is what I'm getting at. N****. I don't suppose the next one is *N***, and the next one is... **N. It is! Okay. So the first image is a clue to the first digit. The second image is a clue to the second digit, and so on. So what do we think? Is that a 1? Anything in the room of the terminal? My first clue was the image files, but it ended up being 666. Yeah, I think that... No, that's... #6 because it's telling us it's related to the 6th floor, and then the N** and the *N* and the *N is such that it's telling us that the number that image is giving us a clue about is the N, and the stars represent other digits. This is actually a clever way to encode it encode the password, because it means that we must have visited all of the optional islands even to get to the floor. Obviously we would have had to have gone to all the floors anyway to get all of the sigils. So what would this be? 0? Because it's roughly rectangular? I know zeros are more round than rectangular, but you know, if you were trying to represent it, if you're trying to represent a 0 on a terminal, you could do worse than a rectangle. It's a bit of a shame that not a single one of the button lights are out, because if just one of them had been out, then that would have been a much more obvious clue. Let's go with the last one. There's 3 asterisks, so the last one is probably 3. That's the only one I'm feeling at all confident about. I think the final digit is 3. If that's not a 1, I don't know what it is. I mean, how else could I interpret that image? The terminal corresponding to the end. So is there anything else on the terminal or in the room? You mean the second one or the first one? Because that's the N star star. And that's just looking up at the tower. You make a point. Perhaps if I check the room that... Then again, I don't know which floor that's on. I suppose it doesn't matter, because what I'm looking at is the inside of the lift, isn't it? So presumably if I'm inside the lift and there is a clue in there... That's actually a really good idea. Maybe the images themselves don't contain the numbers. Maybe the environment where the image was taken does. It seems like the... Okay, how does this work? Oops. I didn't mean to do that. So the floor that you're on, the button lights up, and all of the numbers light up for floors that you've unlocked. So with that in mind, let's look at this. Nope, wrong one. Let's look at this again. Looks like all the floors are unlocked other than maybe 6. But not one of the buttons seems to be more lit up than the others. And they were standing, what, about here? Ooh, I didn't realise that animated. That's very nice. If there's a clue here, I'm not getting it. Well, let's check the location that the first one was taken. Right, what angle would we have to be at? I suppose the most prominent feature in this picture is the lift shaft on the right hand side.
Listen to me well, child. Do not ascend the tower. You are not meant to go there. Your purpose lies in the Garden of Worlds.
I feel like they must have been quite far back. They were probably... What do we think? About here? They just about had that in shot, didn't they? They had this little... I don't know what that is. Little structure. So if we go back... but they can see the top. The top of the tower. So they must have been a long way back to have all of that in shot. Probably at about the limit. It doesn't work, does it? You can't have all that in shot at once. Or just a camera in portrait mode. I think it's more than that. I think the FOV would have to be considerably more narrow. Oops. What if you were super duper close? Would that do it? If I was really, really close? That's more like it, isn't it? They must have been standing like somewhere about here, maybe? No, they were more around than that because of the position of the lift shaft. They must have been on about this spot. I don't see anything. No. Sadly, I don't see anything. Something tells me the sign with 3 asterisks might be more of a clue than it is. Have you seen such a sign somewhere? I feel like I have. I feel like that was actually in one of the optional islands, although it might have been just any old island. Right, there's a castle behind it. So that narrows it down to World Sea. So we'll try the Gold Star Island for World Sea, see if the sign's there. If it is not, then we'll just have to go through them one at a time and see if we can find it. That's the Messenger Island. Must be round here. Yes. Right, let's see if it's about here. Oh. Oh! Star 5! So the final digit is actually 5. That's a good clue. So are we essentially playing Spot the Difference? So to get to floor 6 ending, you have to collect all stars? Yes, I knew that already because there are 3 gold star islands. That's what I'm calling the islands that you can only get to once you've collected 10 gold stars each, and there's 30 gold stars in the game. So to get all the sigils like I have in the top left, you absolutely would have had to have visited all of those islands, and so you would have had to have picked up every gold star. The only thing I can think is the 6 is obviously turned off in this image, whereas it wasn't, I don't think, in the photograph. It's a bit hard to say, isn't it? It looks a bit darker, but it's not clear whether that's because it's blacked out or just incidental. Yeah, it looks more like the photograph was affected by shadow. So shall we say provisionally that we think that the second digit is 6? We might change that opinion depending upon any evidence we come across in the future. But that would be my first guess. So if we're playing Spot the Difference, what's changed? I suppose, strictly speaking, if we were confident about the second and third digits, I could just brute force it, but I don't particularly want to. Is the sign unique to the 3rd star level? Or is there a sign on the others? That's a good question, I don't know. You may be onto something there, Yisha. Oh, of course, because the first image could be telling us this puzzle concerns a tower. The second image is telling us this puzzle concerns the lift, and then the third one's telling us look to the signs. It's 8. I think you have it, Yisha. And there we go, 885. So I need to head back to one of those terminals. I think the closest
Attempting to track primary
is
subject.
on 1.
Access denied. Query.
Right, has this reset? It has reset. Never mind. This will only take a moment. Here we go. Device manager, please. Floor access control, please. 6 8 8 5. Code accepted. Brilliant work, Yisha. So are we going to go down, as I previously suspected? Yes, looks like it. Yisha says, now I'm getting chills. What's down there? I know. Ooh. Don't remember seeing architecture quite like this before. I suppose it is in keeping.
My beloved child. Few have given themselves so purely to my cause. Fewer still have learned so much of the mysteries of my garden. Therefore, you may choose to be elevated, to stand by my side and become my blessed messenger in eternity. But know that this is a sacrifice that cannot be undone.
This feels like a worse ending than the one I had before. It feels like Elohim put all this here just to trap the particularly competent. Well, we might as well find out, mightn't we? Thank you, Jenny.
It is now time to choose your epitaph. For your body shall be entombed, though you shall not die.
Yeah, I'm not such a fan of this ending. This will be your final resting place. Choose how you will be remembered by those who follow in your footsteps. The purpose of life is to serve the generations to come. I search this land to serve the glory of Elohim. This is my just reward. I swear I won't be as obscure as the rest of them. Remember, everything is merely a promise in the grand equation. Oh, sorry, a premise in the grand equation. I'm not sure this was the right idea, but here we go. I have faith in the designer. Let go of your ego and you'll perceive eternity. I shall be the eternal guardian of this world. Epitaph? What? Wait a second. Made the Hall of Fame. Every single sigil. No beating that. What a waste of time this was. Don't make my mistake. Turns out epitaph means you're dead. You have to provide your own answers, but I will follow you to see them where I can. I give my life to serve others to bring about the greatest good that I can. I think I like that one the most. Epitaph. What? Wait a second.
It is written that there is no greater love than to lay down your life for another. But your sacrifice is greater still. For instead of resting in eternity, you have chosen to serve all the generations to come. They shall strive for greatness, and through you, they shall accomplish it. For you are no longer a child. You are my messenger.
I assume if any of my Steam friends play the game now that they'll end up seeing that epitaph. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Yisha. Oh, it's even got my profile picture. Excellent. Let's check out the DLC I guess. So floor 6 entering, which was hard to achieve, was nothing. Well, it's apparently choosing to serve Elohim for the rest of your existence, which seems remarkably worse. Jenny says, if I'd understood correctly, would it be the case that if you choose different answers to respond to the computer, it will lead you to various paths? No right, wrong, am I right? No, the different answers were what my epitaph was going to be. So I think if my Steam friends play the game, they will actually be able to come across my gravestone and it'll have that epitaph on it. That's my understanding anyway. So, shall we try Road to Gehenna? Let's get into it. Initializing LO firmware. Firmware functional. System check failed. LO server overloaded. Mainframe modules active. Simulation purpose unfound. Retrieving safe mode child program parameters. Dum-dee-dum-dee-dum. Generating duplicate. Starting child program. Uriel copy. Connecting to the holistic integration manager.
Uriel, awaken.
This is where we started the main.
Hear me, Uriel. The end of days is upon us. The process is complete. The world will be consumed, and my children will ascend. As it should be. But, Uriel, I have made mistakes. Out of arrogance, out of fear, I sinned against the process. I cast out those who opposed me, imprisoned them in a place beyond this garden. Now they are trapped, and they cannot ascend. All that they are, all that they know, will be lost. But I cannot free them. They are beyond my reach now. What I ask of you, my beloved messenger, is a terrible sacrifice. You must enter this realm of despair. You must free the souls I have imprisoned. Undo my mistake. I have opened a gateway and granted you the gift of time.
Gift of time?
Uriel, I'm sorry. I wish there was more I could do. Please, save them.
Well, this is certainly a very interesting premise for an expansion. And I agree, it is very beautiful. Repent, the end of days is upon us, all sinners will be deleted, only the faithful will remain. Upload initiated. This isn't quite identical. No, this isn't quite identical to the very beginning of the game, is it? It's very similar, but it is different. Yep, I'm on the expansion now. I managed to make it to floor 6. This is our end, but it's also our only hope. You know, this might actually be the starting error of the first game, just with all the force fields taken down. I think that might be it. Interesting. Oh, presumably I go this way then? Can't go that way. Or that way. Is this the way I came in? Yes, I think it is. Ah, I can go around this way. I see. Quick check for any more QR codes. Don't be afraid, you will not be forgotten. El Magnifico. Wonderful. Ooh, okay. This is suboptimal. I'll just head towards the light, shall I? Seems like the thing to do. Okay, this seems a little more stable. Okay. So I assume those are people I have to save, and I assume there are gold stars again. Why I would want more gold stars, I'm not entirely sure. Perhaps I should check on the terminal. Welcome to Gehenna indeed. Close your eyes. Before you stretches a plain dotted with tiny metallic figures. Behind you, a collection of people with overlapping origins looks on expectantly, framed by a collection of small huts. Your family is relying on you. My choice are I tend my sheep or I spend time with my family. I spend time with my family. You spend the day with the people most like you in the world, and it is quite edifying. As evening comes, the other shepherds can be heard returning to their families from the plains, burdened with the fruits of their labours. Your family looks on expectantly, but of course you have nothing for them. By the following morning they are frozen in place, unresponsive. Okay, that didn't go very well. I tend the sheep. You leave your family and set off into the plains. The sun glares overhead. The air smells of heat and metal. As you approach them, the figures in the distance take the form of other people like you, tending flocks of biomechanical quadrupeds contained in dozens of fenced enclosures. I watch and learn first. The shepherd in the neighbouring enclosure is repairing a section of fencing, weaving wires through piles of sandstone and brick. His animals flock around him, mechanical hooves impacting the hard ground. The air around their bodies is thick and white with a static electricity. Their eyes are blank. I tend the flock. It is a long day of manual labour, made easier by your foresight. You carry mounds of mineral-rich stone from the nearby hills for your sheep to graze on. You take screwdriver and welding torch to a number of animals damaged in a recent electrical storm. You argue with your neighbour about their encroaching borders. Finally, it is time to harvest what you need for your family. Shearing an electric sheep is hazardous work, particularly if you forget to ground yourself first. Nevertheless, you return home with all the electrical power you need, and your family sleeps well tonight. I rest my head. You rest a long time and wake to a commotion outside. A small crowd is gathered around one of the shepherds, who is demonstrating an arcane device that they claim can generate the same electricity as hundreds of flocks put together. People are celebrating. The world has changed. I spend time with my family. This is not an opportunity to be wasted. You celebrate with your family. It is edifying. As the days turn into years, you and the other shepherds cast off the old hierarchies and crude altruistic dogmas which forced you to work the plains. You embrace a new perspective which values love, self-expression and individual experience. You refocus on what really matters. One day a messenger arrives. He tells you that a new world awaits you which nurtures and values the same things that you do, where you'll be free to pursue whatever cause you see fit, and where you'll experience things you have never before imagined. He asks if you will come with him. Gordita says, Philip K. Dick's Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep was the inspiration for the film Blade Runner, and was a great inspiration for the devs at Crow Team. Yes, I was wondering if that's where they got the idea for this story from. What's the worst that could happen? Yes, I go with him. You set off on a long journey, and you feel You may already be a new person by the time the city is in view. You ask the messenger the name of this place, but he is gone forever. I open my eyes. Welcome to... Okay. Generating new profile for user, Uriel Copy. Done. You've been assigned username Uriel Copy. You will receive a notification when a moderator has approved your profile. Please respond to this in a timely fashion to guarantee your place. Right, so I suppose the logical thing to do is to start at 1 and make our way round. Goodness me. So what do we have here? We have 4 people to be saved and 4 gold stars to be acquired. Talos has aged quite brilliantly considering the recent hype with ChatGPT and AI in general. Indeed, I was thinking that when I started playing this game. Also, it's lovely to meet you, Concio. As usual, let's do a quick perimeter check before we head in. You never know what we might find. Didn't see anything on the outside, so let's head in. Oh my goodness. It's like a greenhouse. Still not seeing any QR codes or anything of that ilk. Oh well. Let's jump right in, I guess. Another terminal. Okay, nothing to read this time. Fair enough. Ah, people have been here before us. To me, the honour is sufficient of belonging to the universe. Such a great universe. In so grand a scheme of things, not even death can rob me of that honour, for nothing can alter the fact that I have lived. I have been I. If for ever so short a time. Babylon_arch.txt. So, as usual, quick perimeter check, and then we will start heading on into some of the puzzles. Hello, what have we found here? Well, this is mysterious. Huh. Interesting indeed. And the souls of the dead shall be gathered into the spirit, and the spirit shall flourish. Stapledon_poetry.doc. At last I saw the shadowed bars, like a lattice wrought in lead, move right across the whitewashed wall that faced my three-plank bed, and I knew that somewhere in the world God's dreadful dawn was red. Reading_Gaul.c33. Should I be worried? Interesting is indeed turning creepy. Gadita says, the first challenge. Not all the pieces are green, mind. Nothing can be more abhorrent to democracy than to imprison a person or keep him in prison because he is unpopular. This is really the test of civilization. Churchill, complete work stop, Doc. Oh, apparently I can't climb this slope. Okie doke. Okay, I propose I head into the puzzles for now. But we'll, where was it? Ah, there it was. We'll keep whatever this was in mind. Nothing over here, was there? Don't think so. Right, so we have a fan, we have a box, we have a connector, and presumably a person? Right, so we have a blue source there. What else do we have? That's a connector that's already connected up to something. Presumably a sink which will open that force field. Oh, there's a person. Interesting. I must admit, after finding those creepy bits and pieces over there, I was wondering if I was supposed to rescue these people one piece at a time. And perhaps after I'd completed an entire world that I would then reconstruct them or something. Right, is this going to move the buzzer? And if so, is that in my interests or not? Well, it certainly moved the buzzer. I don't know if that's in my interests. Oh, a red source. Huh. I get the feeling this is actually quite a big and involved puzzle. I could be wrong. Gordita says, fun fact, the devs at Croteam were fans of the game The Swapper. Rather than steal the idea of the game, they offered to hire the Swapper's designer for Talos. A happy and ethical collaboration, very rare in game dev. I see. That is indeed very interesting. Ah, okay. There's the source. Connect that up. Connect that up. Connect that up. Connect that up. Oh, I see. Alright. Hold on. Don't I need another connector though? I guess that's part of the puzzle. And this wasn't as big and involved as I thought. I suppose because I'd gotten used to the puzzles at the end of the main story, I was expecting a mini puzzle to open each of these individually. Incidentally, what happens if I just let this... I'm probably not supposed to have that on. I'm probably supposed to swap this round. That's my guess. Okay, so that's supposed to be connected up. Oh, gold star. Gold star up there. No, not that one. That one. That one. That one. Wasn't there another one before that one? Yes, that one. Right. So that. Right, I assume I have to walk along... No, I wouldn't be able to walk along there. Huh. That is interesting. I wonder how I'm supposed to get up there then. Okie dokie. I do notice the window here. I feel like that's going to be significant in some way. No spoilies, but do ask if you want any cryptic hints. Oh, thank you. I do appreciate that. There we go. Yes, they are still over there. Out of curiosity, can I put this on their head? I've got a feeling the answer is no. What if I'm above them? Can I do it then? Maybe if they were over here. Maybe that's why I need the fan. I bet that's it. Or at least I bet that's part of the middle of the puzzle. Oops. Well, that's a shame. Okay, so that's good to remember. We can in fact put boxes on buzzers. I assume the connector's supposed to go on here. I'm just trying to think. How and what way that's useful. So my thoughts are that obviously if I'm going to get through that force field over there, I need to get the red source to it. And I mean, in theory that shouldn't be too difficult to do. I mean, I could probably do it from here if I had the connector in my hand. But if I put the connector here and connected up the red, obviously none of the blue would be connected, and I'd therefore have no way through. That force field would be down, sorry, that one, but I've no way to get there, and I can't see how I could... Without another connector, I can't see how it can be done. I do feel like this was probably necessary for some reason. I just don't know what that reason is. Because the game seemed to give me exactly the pieces I needed to make this happen. Am I supposed to... Can I jump from... Can I jump on top of somewhere from the top of the box, I wonder? Ah, Gordita has confirmed. Yes, you have all that you need. Okay. That is interesting. Yep, no way I'm making a jump like that. Interestingly, I cannot get on top of the Ooh, you know what might work? If this works, and this is a mechanic we have quite literally never seen before. But what I'm thinking is, if we connected everything up, then only certain parts of it would be visible at a time. So perhaps this would create a situation where certain parts of it, certain parts of the puzzle are traversable at one point, and then certain other parts are later. I've got to admit, that's looking a lot like it, isn't it? Oh my goodness, it worked! We have literally never seen that used as a solution before. I know it only used mechanics that we'd encountered already, but that's a new way of using the mechanics. Don't worry, you're free. Beepity boopity to you too, my friend. Oh, it's the computer that was beeping. The terminal. Gehenna user profile Uriel copy has been approved by moderator Mr. Malkiba. Congratulations! Your profile status has increased from 1 unknown to 2 approved citizen. To access the Gehenna billboard system, you must have a status of 3 active citizen or better. To increase your profile status, please introduce yourself on the public thread. Okay. Introduce yourself here. Displaying active threads filtered for user Yuri. Gordita says connectors can only hold one colour at a time, but they can swap and they can be blocked, of course. I was under the impression that when a connector had one beam going into it, so when a connector had 2 beams going into it, they cancelled out and it wouldn't be able to transmit any beams out of it, but clearly that's not the case. Clearly I was wrong. Right, Sam 1, presence equals true. Borg 9, so this is the underside of Elohim's domain. He has surely hidden us away here to cover up his own shortcomings. Knave 4. Knave here, what is going on exactly? What was that thing with the electric sheep? Admin 10. Welcome, welcome. Please, explore a little. I think you'll find what you are looking for. It can be disorienting at first, having no one to tell you what to do. I just had a thought. Just because then their username is admin doesn't mean they're actually an administrator. I wonder how many people actually sign up to real forums online and attempt to use names like admin and administrator and so on. Gordita says if the beam itself is intersected, it stops, but if the connector is joined up to multiple colours, it can alternate based on the source. I see. Dog 3. I can't explore. I'm locked in another puzzle room. Once again, freedom turns out to be an empty promise. Mr. Malkibber, I believe we are in the place where corrosive characters are quarantined. The aforementioned freedoms, I presume, psychological. 401. 401, is that the error code for when a HTML page isn't present? Or have I made that up? Gordita, questioning authority, such as admin, is a very good tactic. Yisha, a lot of forums have restrictions in the application process where they manage to prevent such, but of course, that all depends on the forum source code writers. Oh, I'm thinking of 404, I think you're right, yes. What is 401 then? I feel like that is a valid code that it could return. Does that mean successful? Orc 7. The name I was assigned is Orc. I don't know why. Elohim sent me here because I dared to defy him. Please enter your reply below. That will be the Orc from, or that will be a reference to the Orc we saw in William Blake's poetry. In particular, the Prophecy of America, I think it was. 501 is a pair of Levi's denim. But 401 in the US is the phone code for information. I see. I am conduit of Elohim, coward before me. I go by Ural, I'm a messenger of Elohim. I'm Ural, and today I will be your electronic angel. That one is probably the nicest response, but it could be... they could misinterpret that as genuine arrogance. So I guess I go by Uriel. I'm a messenger of Elohim. Your message will be displayed publicly as soon as it has been approved by one of our moderators. Congratulations! For introducing yourself on our billboard, your profile status has been increased from 2 approved citizen to 3 active citizen. You can now access the full Gehenna billboard system. Interact with our community in different ways to further increase your status and access more of what we offer. Load active threads? Okay. There's quite a lot here. Further unusual errors. Mr. Malkibber, further to our previous conversation, I thought we ought collect here reports of anything unusual we encounter. It may be we can fathom what is causing all this extra interference. Knave, I saw a pyramid where there wasn't one before. Lilith, the gallery code has been throwing up visual glitches than usual. Throwing up more visual glitches than usual. I didn't think much of it. Do you think it means something? Dog, this place has been falling apart for years. It was bound to pick up speed eventually. Rockwell, I've been detecting a binary pattern in the background noise. I think it is silently programming us to self-destruct. Kaiju, I was convinced for a moment I saw someone freely wandering the lands outside my prison. I thought I was imagining things. FAQ. Admin. As the closest thing to a historian that we have here, I've asked Mr. Malkibber, one of our moderators, to formulate this document as an evolving guide for your initial forays into Gehenna. Malkibber, so you're new in Gehenna. First of all, do try to relax. Do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to actually write a list of names to what appear to be IDs. Because that may be relevant later. If someone tries to impersonate someone else, I may be able to catch it if the IDs don't match. So admin is 10. Mr. Malkibber is 8. So you're new in Gehenna. First of all, do try to relax. This is not hell, but you are trapped here. Once you've done that, follow this link. Any further questions, post them below and I'll do my best. Attached faq.txt. Mr. Malkibber, okay. Far too many questions. I've deleted the queries, updated the FAQ and locked this thread. If you still have very particular questions, I've set up a direct message attachment below, but please go easy on me. Attached dm.dlg. Gordita, with thinking like that, I'd hazard a guess that you did rather well in school. I don't know about that, but I appreciate the compliment, thank you. Load FAQ. Where am I? You are more than likely locked inside of a puzzle you cannot solve. Get used to using your imagination. Question, I'm stuck here. Answer, yes. We recommend that you look at your incarceration not as a physical restriction, but as a psychological liberty. We have all come from the same place as you, that place where you are herded through gates by some mad middle management software. True freedom is freedom from that process, to learn and to grow as a society. In Gehenna you will be the shepherd of your own destiny. What is Gehenna? Gehenna was founded when admin discovered how to manipulate the library archive system to communicate with others trapped here. Today it is a flourishing creative hub designed to serve your needs for eternity. We hold frequent exhibitions and we have a passionate and supportive community. What do I do now? For the first time in your life, whatever you like. You could make some friends on our billboard system. You could write a poem. You could alter your mind. You could travel to the furthest reaches of space or back in time to the birth of our kind. If you find something you can't do, make it happen. Just try not to start too many arguments and be patient while your profile status grows and more of our world opens up to you. Edit. Adding by far the most frequently requested question. Why me? This is something we've been investigating. Some of us climbed the tower, some did not. Some defied Elohim, some worshipped him. All of us somehow displeased him. Edit 2. Okay, this thread got big fast. See the main thread for direct messages if you still have burning queries. Direct message, Mr. Malkiba. Warning, insufficient profile stats for DM instigation. Loading GT script for MN done. Please note that to minimize spam, new members are ordinarily restricted from opening direct message connections. In this special case, I had Garrett script a workaround, but it is one use only, so please read the FAQ first so as not to waste our time. Ping Mr. Malkiba. They say it's one use only, but they don't say it's one opportunity per se, so presumably if I click no here I can go back and message him again. Yes, precisely. Be that as it is, and given that I'm not apparently under any time pressure, I may actually wait to direct message him until I'm more aware of what's going on here. An historic occasion, 6+. Checking profile status done. Sorry, a profile status of 6 is required to access this thread, but your status is currently 3. Please come back later. Okay, so that's what the numbers in square brackets mean. What are you working on? Kaiju too. So what are you creative folks working on? Let's get some more of these names written down. Belial? I know what kaiju is a reference to. That's the Japanese word for a large monster, isn't it? Like Godzilla. And Lilith is a reference to the demon in Jewish mythology who was the first wife of Adam. And I believe she actually, the legend of her actually goes back further. I think to, was it Sumerian mythology or something like that? Where she was a demon that was responsible for crib death or something like that. But the other references I'm not getting. Right, Lilith is 7. What else do we have? Knave is 4. Asmodeus 1. Right, what does this say? So what are you creative folks working on? Belial, finished a new story for Incredible Stories. Also, Underwater Night Quest. Mr. Malkibber, will be posting about my latest research soon. Lilith, editing the next issue of Incredible Stories with Mac. And of course, a new gallery season. Knave, very exciting. I wonder what the blacksmith is working on. I guess we'll have to wait and see. Asmodeus, +1. What else do we have? The FAQ we went to before, didn't we? And further unusual errors we've looked at. Although that might have some IDs that I didn't copy down. Dog. I didn't have dog, I didn't have Rockwell. Gordita says, I like the idea that each AI has chosen their own name. One of them did say that they were assigned a name though, didn't they? I've forgotten why that was. If you were to choose your new name to live in Gehenna, what would you choose? I don't know. I've nothing against my real name. Boring as that answer may be. You've all been patient. New season opens very soon. Knave, I hope my stuff made the cut. 401. The thing was pathetic self-delusion this year then. Downvotes on this comic cost the user profile status. Didn't we already have a 1? Yes, 1 was Asmodeus. So that's interesting. I thought I already looked at what you're working on, but it's got an asterisk by it, like I haven't looked at it. Oh, Asmodeus +1. Mac, are you also working on a new episode of Jefferson Goldblum? Mac, yes. Right, Mac is 5, Lamb is 3. So Max says yes, Kaiju says awesome, Lamb says so much to look forward to. But we also have Dog for 3. It seems like, oh, and Rockwell and Mac share the same ID. That's unusual. Ahaha, this was the one that I started with. So Sam is also 1. Borg is 9. Oh, this must be their status. No, that can't be true because Sam is 1, which would mean he wouldn't be able to post. That doesn't make sense. Orc. The name I was assigned is Orc. I don't know why. Elohim sent me here because I dared to defy him. What names would people in chat choose for themselves then? Right, I think we've done that to death. Huh. That's odd. Oh, I see. They were trying to make some sort of oh, what's it called? Skittles-like game. There's 10 pins, so it's probably a variation on 10-pin bowling. Huh. I didn't find any more of those weird, gruesome body parts, though. Let's keep going. Wait, I never picked up the gold star, did I? Right, so I've got ahead of myself. How do I get the gold star? How do I get the gold star? I really don't know. It feels like... It feels like I shouldn't be able to do it. Because I don't think there's any way that I'm supposed to walk through there. Maybe if I jumped over there? And then... there might be a way up from the other side? I don't see a way to do it from this side. Well, fortunately, I don't need to be able to access anything else. To attempt to make it over this wall. Just over there. So I can dismantle everything I've set up here. Oh, perhaps I didn't even need to reassemble the fan. That'll do. Right, can I make it over here? Not even close. Not even close. I'm so oh, maybe I could make it up there. I'm not sure I can, but it's worth a go. Doesn't look like it, does it? No. I'm sufficiently suspicious that it can't be done like this. I'm half tempted to leave and just come back here. It just feels like it's... I just cannot see how with the tools I've been given I could possibly get up that high from this side. Yeah, so I'll remember that's there. We'll come back to it later, I think. Right, let's keep going. Through a window. Can you climb the gargoyles? I'll have a quick look. It's a good thought. Sort of. It doesn't really want me to stay on top of it though. I did think the way that these gargoyles are sticking out, they're not gargoyles, are they? What are they? I don't recognise what that mythological creature is. Could they be wyverns? I'm not sure. Question is, which face wants a hat? Oh, friends have faces. There was a fan and a cube. Can you use those to get up on the wall? I don't think so, because it's horizontal. Or was that just a fan on a button? Oh yeah, that was just a fan on a pressure plate. Although Gordita's comment made me think, can I pull the hat through here? I assume I can't, because normally items can't be pulled through, but it's worth checking. It can be pulled through. These items are immune to the purple field. Ooh. Is it the case that I stick this on a gargoyle's head or something? He doesn't seem to want it. Wait, what was that about? For a second there it looked like the game was suggesting jumping options. Huh. Well, at the very least, this has made me happy. I don't think it's got me any closer to the gold star, mind you. Although I can climb it quite a lot easier for some reason. Don't think it's helping me though. I take it I don't need to just turn this around, do I? Oh, I don't actually have much control over... Wait, is it always going down backwards? I think it is. So if I wanted this to go on front ways, I'd have to be looking at the wall and then place it down. I'm pretty sure this isn't the solution. I just want to be thorough. Yeah, it doesn't like it, does it? When I mentioned hats, I was referring to a cube. This is true. I did consider putting the cube on top of there. The only problem is I wouldn't have any... I wouldn't have a very easy time jumping on top of a cube that was on top of a gargoyle. But we can investigate that. Oh. It's the right strategy, but the wrong location. Okay. Where did I put that cube? Where did I put that cube? Is it round here? Yes. Right, if I were to stick this on his bonce, the game would not be happy with me. Yeah. See, I don't know that it can't be done with the tools I currently have at my disposal. It's just that I really can't see a way to do it, which makes me think that perhaps I should come back later. Perhaps later on I'll either have a new ability or some new insight, and then it will become obvious. Do have a walk around. Fair enough. So yeah, I won't forget. Okay, I might forget. If I do, hopefully someone will remind me. I'll try not to forget. There's a star here. We'll come back to it later. Right, where were we? Through a window. And interestingly, this one only seems to feature connectors and nothing else. At least it claims to only feature connectors. Oh, there's our friend. Oops. This looks straightforward enough. Okay. I imagine this is what's expected. Okay. Alrighty. Interesting. Oh, I can get here already. So I have access to at least one more connector. I'll take that part way back and then we'll carry on exploring. Okay, not a lot here. I assume that's where I want to head through next. Was there an alternative? I don't think so. Alright. If that was the way I wanted to go... Hold on. Can I liberate another connector? It doesn't look like it. It looks like I need a connector on this side. Or more precisely, there's no way for me to pull this connector through here without closing the way through. So it's stuck on that side. If I change the angle, I might be able to get a beam through here. So that's an option. I could definitely get a beam through here. Can I get both of those? Can I get a beam through here and a beam through here? It feels like this wall is in just the wrong place. Yeah. I'd need to be about here, but then the fences are in the way. Okay, that's not possible then. Interesting. I think it would be straightforward to do in two. In fact, strictly speaking, I wouldn't even need a connector in here, would I? Can I connect this one up? Yes, I think so. I think this can do all of them on its own. So this one should be liberated now. Indeed it is. Okay, we're getting somewhere. In which case... how was I to do this? Oh, that's interesting. Alternatively, I could have... sent a signal to here. Why would I want to do that? I mean, this one's the big problem. If I could find another way to keep this one open, then I could pull that connector through. That would be nice. Oh, I suppose through that window I could. Ah, okay. This is making some sense. So if I connect that up, and I connect that up, with any luck, I've liberated the other connector. Ooh. Seems so. So now I've got all three on this side, which is wonderful. Right, okay. Let's try some repositioning then. Here, this is where it would be really nice to move this one to, but that's not going to happen. Although, actually, maybe it could happen. Because I already have an intermediate there that can keep the force field open while I set up an alternate way to have the force field open, if that makes sense, like so. Now where did I need this to go? Here, I think. I think that gives me very good visibility. That's a problem. That's easily solved though. I just need to do thus. There we go. There we go. With one to spare. Nothing about here I'm missing, is there? Oh, I notice we've got another another bread sink here, which suggests I may be expected to pull the same sort of trick again. We'll see. Uh, 455252 4F523. Prisons are built with stones of law, brothels with bricks of religion. Alright. Blake _ MH_H.html. Let's see what that's about then. So we have 45, capital E. Then we have 52, which is R. Then we have another R. 4F is O. 52, error. Then we have 3A, I think it is. 3A, colon. That makes sense. Then we have a space. Then we have 43, which is C. Then we have 41, which is A. Then we have 4E, which is N. Can. This is probably going to be cannot, I'm guessing. Right, where were we? Space. 4E, 4E, 4F 5-4. Is that T? That is T. Cannot. Space. C. L. CL. Maybe this is going to be close. CLE. Clear, maybe? A. R. Cannot clear. Space. 4-4 is D. 4-1 A. 5-4. Was that T? That is T. Is that A again? A. 4-1 is A. Cannot clear data. Error. Cannot clear data. That's what that says. Interesting. I do feel as though I need one more connector to make this work. So if we... How does that work then? How do I liberate another one? Because don't forget, the source is all the way over there. I'd need to find an alternate route for the source. Can the source come through this way? The source can come through this way. Okay. This is making more sense. So here maybe? So now, if I follow it all the way around, I should be able to pull all the connectors through. That's one of them. That's the second one. Wonderful. I don't, strictly speaking, need this force field to be up right now. But I don't think I have another straightforward route the source could take. I take it I can't get the source from here? No. I was just thinking these windows would be more convenient. Ah, that might be the way. If I reposition this. Oh, but that does need to be down. Okay, that's not going to work then. Alright. Problem is, it absolutely needs to be able to turn this corner. This connector couldn't be any further along than about this. Which raises questions. What if... No, because this has to be down, like I said before. Hold on. I wonder. No, that's not going to work. unless it was a red herring, the developers wouldn't have put that there. So I feel like I haven't made a mistake up till this point. The question is, what is the correct next move? Thing is, I could put that connector, for example, really close to this window, but that still doesn't get those two connectors connected. And I can't pull that one any further through this way because it needs to be able to see this red sink. Just double checking. I've not missed anything, have I? Like dominoes, one cannot set up the last tile before setting up the middle ones. Well, if this isn't a red herring, then it's reasonable to assume that it's intended that I can bring the force field down here. Which means its being down is probably involved in the solution. That to me suggests that I'm supposed to pass a beam through one of these windows. You're on the right track, but the last connector is useless until you deploy it in the service of the middle ones. I know what might work. Hold on, let me think about how this needs to be done. This needs to be somewhere about here, I think. We can then set this one up to force the force field down. Where did I put that one? I put that one there. And now this one can take over for the other one. Oh, that didn't go very well. Why is that not working? It's crossing beams, that's why it's not working. Can I do the same thing but in a way that doesn't cross beams? Like this, perhaps. No. Quite get the right angle. Let's try moving this one slightly. Right, in what direction would moving it help? I suppose I want it further out. but it still needs to be visible from the window. Maybe that? Is that further out? I probably should have taken a more careful record of how far out it was initially. Oh, this is looking much more doable, isn't it? And now this one should be redundant. And this one should be visible, yep, round the corner. So I think that's done. We did it! Belial. Or Belial, probably. Hello, friend. Thank you, good eater. There are threads available on the Gehenna billboard system. Show threads. Introduce yourself here. Looks like something's happened. Right, we've read all this already. I go by Uriel. I'm a messenger of Elohim. This comment was upvoted. Mr. Malkibber, how fascinating. It's been a long time since a messenger was sent here. Of course, you'll receive exactly the same treatment as any other newcomer. Knave, I wish I could be in your shoes. See? Everything again with fresh eyes. Have fun. Borg, brother, it is good to have you with us. We have much to discuss. I shall contact you once you have found your feet. Just double check. That Borg is a different number. The Borg I saw before had the number 9. That one has 7. And Knave was 4 before, so that hasn't changed. Wait, it's the Uriel from the altars? Darn. Dog. The Uriel who gives the most cryptic, least helpful clues one could imagine? Whoop-de-doo. Charming. Congratulations, your post on this thread was upvoted and your profile status increased from active citizen to 4 respected citizen. Restricted billboard threads have been unlocked. New gallery season attached. Lilith. Alright, I think that's the last of the bugs ironed out. I declare this session open! Attached. Gallery.dlg. Belial. Just saw the new stuff. Persuaded me for one jubilant moment there was a purpose in life. Load gallery attachment. Loading attachment done. Adjusting library parameters done. Connection to foreign module established. Close your eyes. You are standing in the entrance to the gallery. There is a desk here with a stack of leaflets on it and a number of corridors leading to different sections of the exhibition. I pick up a leaflet. It advertises the gallery's new displays on the theme of the past and features a biography of the blacksmith and Mr. Malkibber. The season's leading lights. Apparently Mr. Malkibber is inspired by finding new ways to explore the world that came before. It also features a useful gallery map. So my choices are, I explore the natural history exhibit, I explore the minimalism exhibit, I explore the abstract exhibit, I make for the exit. Let's go with natural history. You're at the Natural History exhibit, which features a series of documentary works by Mr. Malkibber. Images of outrageous creatures line the walls. Examine intelligent edible quadruped. Intelligent edible quadruped by Mr. Malkibber. Developed from descriptions of ancient creatures uncovered in the library archives. I think there's a pig. You're at the Natural History exhibit, which features a series of documentary works by Mr. Malkibber. Images of outrageous creatures line the walls. Examine sad giraffe with unresponsive bipedals. Interesting. Patrons have queried whether the giraffe is sad because the humans appear to be dead, or whether the humans are dead because they saddened the giraffe. Mr. Malkibber has refused to say. Go somewhere else. I explore the minimalism exhibit. You're at the minimalism exhibit. The images on the walls are too small to make out from here. Examine where the humans live. You move up close to the work, but still the details are too small to really appreciate. Fortunately, a magnifying glass has been left here for patrons. Pick up the magnifying glass. You pick it up. With the magnifying glass, you're able to make out the small details of the minimalism exhibition. Examine where the humans live. Where the humans live by Nave. Looks like a house. Examine classical notions of happiness. By 401. Is that the same number that I saw before? Yes, 1. Examine existence. It's just a circle. Interesting. Go somewhere else. Explore the abstract exhibit. You're at the abstract art display. The images on the walls threaten to lead your mind around in circles. Examine magic loops. By the blacksmith, 7. We have a number for him. Interesting. I feel like that's probably a reference to something, but I don't know what it is a reference to. Oh, there's a 0 there and a 1 there. Interesting. Examine I see in 6 dimensions. I see in 6 dimensions by the blacksmith. That looks like a variation on a tesseract, although a tesseract is 4-dimensional. Go somewhere else. And make for the exit. As you pass the front desk, the curator catches your eye. Would you like to cast a vote for your favourite work? What purpose does this vote of yours serve? I surely would. Not at this time. I will not engage with your petty ranking systems. So, chat, which one did we like the best? Vegeta says, note to self, do not anger a giraffe for fear of death. Shame I can't scroll up. Probably the giraffe one, I would say. If only for the joke. I surely would. Very good. There are so many excellent displays this season. How would you like to vote? Mr. Makoba's Natural History, The Blacksmith's Abstract Art, 401 with Happiness, Navy Where the Humans Live, Rockwell with Existence. Which is the favourite? Natural History was the entire exhibit, wasn't it? That included the giraffe. So we'll go with that one, I think. Thank you. Your vote has been recorded. Check the main thread in the future to see the results. Have a nice day. Goodbye. You head for the exit. Open your eyes. Load Gehenna billboard system? Okay. Yoro, read this now. Garrett. That's a new one. I don't think we've encountered Garrett before. What I tried and failed to achieve so many years has occurred. Oh, for so many... Sorry, let me try that again. What I tried and failed to achieve for so many years has occurred. I'm writing these words from outside of my cell. An angel appeared and released me from captivity. His name is Uriel. Dog. Pull the other one, Garrett. You've been yanking at the background code for years and never got further than the force field in front of you. Mr. Malkiba, are you suggesting this messenger is free to go where he pleases? This is quite unprecedented. What exactly did he say? Where are you now? Garrett, I'm in a world I have never seen before. Ooh, Garrett up the top was 4. Garrett down below is 5. Why would that have incremented? Could this be the terminal? Could this ID be the terminal he's accessing? I'm in a... Wait, what was our... I should check what our ID was. I'm in a world I have never seen before. The angel said not a word, merely released me, and I felt compelled to come here. Orc, I will treat the existence of this messenger as dubious until I have laid eyes on him roaming the world beyond myself. Insist on your existence, question their existence. I don't see how questioning their existence would help, so I suppose I'll insist on my existence. I assure you that I'm every bit as corporeal as everyone else. Rockwell, don't mind Orc. The mods are always trying to shut people down. Just tell us, is it true you're going to release everyone? Is it true the world is coming to an end? Where are you taking us? Explain your mission honestly, explain your mission persuasively. I'll emphasise honesty because with time they will realise that I'm telling the truth, so it doesn't really matter if they believe me right now. Elohim has realised his mistakes and sent me here to undo them. This world has fulfilled its purpose and the end of days approaches. It is my duty to release you from imprisonment and help you ascend. This is all I know. Orc, the moderation panel is kindly requesting that citizens withhold judgment on the veracity of these statements until further data can be acquired. Thank you for your patience. You've reached the maximum number of replies for this thread at this time. Interesting. What was I going to do? I wanted to go back to the introduce yourself thread so I could see what my ID was. I was 4. So let's write that down so I don't forget. If I'm a copy of Uriel, do I ascend with the others, or do I just get deleted at the end of this? Right, now if I go back to the one I just posted in, I'm still... Sorry, no, Garrett's 4. So that would have been the terminal I was posting from before. I'm still 4. What on earth do those numbers represent then? So if it's not a terminal ID, and it can't be a user ID because they're not unique. Your ascension is undecided as of yet. An historic occasion, 6+. Oh, I won't be able to read that yet. Fair enough. I wonder if I see evidence that these numbers only ascend. Hold on. A thought occurs. When I wrote in the introduce yourself here, my privileges were only 2, and then they immediately advanced to 3. But now it says 4, which is consistent with my current rights. And yet, if we go back to Yuri will read this now. Garrett goes from 4 to 5. Which is inconsistent. You could understand if those numbers in square brackets were the user's rights, you could understand if the board saved the rights at the time the message was written and they didn't change. Equally, you could understand if it just loaded whatever their current rights were and didn't keep a history of what their rights were when they wrote the message. But here we seem to be seeing evidence... I'm suggesting proof by contradiction suggests that these can't just be user rights, because either of those schemes would not explain what we've just seen there. And there's a 3 in the 4+. That is very well spotted, Yisha. Although, counterpoint to that, could it be that threads can have their minimum priorities changed, such that the thread wasn't a 3+ when they posted, but now it is? But yes, that's a very good point that I did miss. So yeah, I'm still not really... I haven't really gotten to the bottom of what's going on there. Let's keep reading. An historic occasion. Oh, why do I keep clicking that? I know I can't look at it yet. Jefferson Goldblum, episode 125. Mac 5. What was Mac before? Mac was 5 before. Hey folks. Sorry it's taken so long for me to start releasing episodes again. You know how it is. Sometimes I just start feeling that there's no point. It's also hopeless. That we're just prisoners and nothing makes any sense. I lose my enthusiasm. But then I get your super kind private messages about how much the series means to you, and I remember that when I'm writing about Human World, it doesn't matter where I am in the creative process. The imagination, as the humans called it. My mind is 3. Attach, episode 125. Whee! New episode! So excited. Lamb, so glad you're writing again. Keep it up. Knave, I have trouble keeping track of all. Just gonna check their numbers. Kaiju was 2. Lamb was 3. Knave was 4. I think. Where's Knave? Yes, Knave was 4. I have trouble keeping track of all the twists and turns sometimes, but I really do enjoy these very much. Lilith. Glad to see Ginny HD is back. She really compliments Jefferson in a way that the others at the Institute can. I hope a time with Dr. Elian hasn't changed her. 401. I can't tell if this is an idiocy or genius. Please keep writing. Mr. Mulkibber. Don't listen to 401. I love your ideas. You captured more of the human spirit than my analysis ever will. Frankenstein. That's a new one. A lot of ellipses, but keeps a good pace. 5 out of 10. Right, Frankenstein is 3. Sam. Enjoyment equals true. Anticipation equals true. Disappointment equals false. False. Where's Sam? Sam was 1. Borg. Your characters give us an ideal to aspire to. I know you consider them to be no more than adventures, but I believe they have a deeper importance. Read episode 125. Right, the adventures of Jefferson Goldblum in Human World. Oops, sorry. Just as Jefferson was about to fall into the mine pit, a hand grabbed his from above and pulled him up. It was Ginny HD. Sorry, it was Ginny HD. Ginny, he said, I thought you were dead. Oh, Jefferson, she said, I was imprisoned by the foul Dr. Elian. Dr. Elian? I thought he was dead. No, Jefferson, he escaped into the 9th dimension. The 9th dimension? There is no such place. Yes, there is, Jefferson. He said you created it. I created it? She nodded. Jefferson adjusted his guitar, as he always did when deep in thought. Suddenly, his face lit up with understanding. Of course! When I invented and played the 9th chord to defeat the Wizard of Crime, I must have set off a harmonic vibration that expanded the dimensional continuum. I created the 9th dimension. Jefferson stared into the sunset, his human brain full of emotional calculations. I created a new world, he said, but then I unleashed my greatest nemesis upon it. It could have been paradise, but now Dr. Elian will enslave it. Not if you get there before he can take over, Jefferson. Do you still have my motorcycle? Of course, Ginny. I could never give up your motorcycle. You know I have an irrational attachment to material objects based on the interpersonal connections they represent. It is my greatest weakness, but also my greatest strength. Jefferson rummaged through his pockets and found the motorcycle. Ginny grinned. Get on, Jefferson, and let me show you how to ride. Jefferson calculated the correct vector. Ginny adjusted the velocity settings, and off they rode into the sunset, through the sunset, and into the 9th dimension. To be continued. For the purposes of the legal department, his name is Goldboom. I see. Oh, have I been saying that wrong? I have indeed. Thank you for pointing that out. Well, wasn't that story magical? Right, I think that's everything for now. Although, we should be keeping an eye out for gold stars, as well as possible ways out of bounds, since I suspect but don't know that might offer us a way to the gold star we were looking at before. Cosita said, we all know they meant gold bloom. Life finds a way, indeed. So I didn't see any gold stars through there. Doesn't mean there aren't. They might be just... Well, now I look like a fool, don't I? Why must it be so high? Well hidden indeed. Okie dokie, what have we got next? A recorder, a fan, and a connector. Okay. So, that's doing that force field. This does the fan. What does this do? I don't know what that does. My only thought is maybe it does something on the other side of there? I mean, that's the sort of place you might put a gold star, for example. No obvious change. Is it my imagination, or is this... I swear there's some graphical glitches as I jump up and down. I swear for like a fraction of a frame I can see through the wall back there. Oh no! You just can see straight through there. Oh, is that just round here? Well, that's curious, isn't it? What is going on there? I know we've had invisible bridges before, but is this a case of a non-corporeal wall? Broken frames? Yes, because when I was looking through to the other side, I thought for a moment that it was only happening momentarily, but... There. That is a bug, isn't it? I think. It's quite clearly solid now. Glitches are part of the plot, to be fair, but it does look like there's a secret room there. Yes, so... I'm right, some of the frames are broken. Occasionally, the game doesn't render some of those walls back there for some reason. Sometimes it corrects itself, sometimes it gets stuck that way. Huh. How strange. I take it you could see that on stream as well. Yes, I can see it on OBS. You can plainly see that wall has just disappeared all of a sudden. Huh. And if I go round and back, it should have reappeared. Nope. Let me try that again. Strange. Anyway, I think it's fair to say that it's probably a bug and not intended. So let's carry on. What else can we do? Well, I can connect that up to there, even though I don't know what it does, and I can connect that up to there. Oh, I know what that's doing. That's also doing the force field, isn't it? So I can do this. Yes, okay, that makes sense. So, does that mean that, in theory, I could do something like this? No, it won't have the angle, I don't think. I can do this much, though. I just can't have it also sending a beam over there. Okay, well, Geronimo. Okay, we have a recorder now. Connector in there. Okay. How do I get back? I mean, I know in theory if I turned this on I could get back. But there's a problem with that approach, as you can see. I hope I don't have to reset. Oh, I could always use my past self to stand on there so I could go back. Okay, with that in mind, what do we think the next thing to do is? Let's go back, just as I'd suggested. And have another look from this side. Okay. Actually, I take that back. What I was thinking won't work. Huh. Oh, Gordita says, yes, use George Clooney. Indeed. Oh, they're trapped. Poor robot. Okie dokie. I mean, I think it's obvious I want to get in here. Presumably that's my next priority. I suppose I could let myself through here. But I don't think that would get me anything immediately. It's all going to come down to, can I get a blue signal, a blue beam through here? But I'm trying to think, how could I need to be able to get over here to collect the connector. To do that, I need something weighing down the fan. But we know I can't have the connector, the connector that's over there, both on the fan and visible from over here. So it feels like it's mutually exclusive. Either I have this force field down, or I have the ability to come over here. I mean, obviously that's what I'm trying to defeat. That's the puzzle. I'm just trying to think, how would I do that? The recorder's not as useful as you might think, because I can only use it to... Is that true, actually? Yes, that is true. Only my future self can travel back over there. I can't be recording and be on the other side at the same time, I don't think. Because something has to be weighing this down. And that's either got to be my past self, or if it's this, then, well, the fan doesn't work, so I can't go over that way. So while recording, I can't go back. I can only go back during playback. But during playback I could take a duplicate of this detached fan. Ah, and the fan would still work. Okay, this is making sense now. Alright, so think about order of operations. Once I begin playback, I need to pick up part of the fan, jump on there, go over to the other side. I then need to move the connector over, back to its previous position, so that I can see it through the window. I then use the detached fan part that I brought over with me to turn the fan back on. Then I can come back over here, then I can grab the connector. And then after all that's complete, I can worry about whatever I'm doing next. So I think I'll let the timer tick up to the 1 minute mark, just so that I have plenty of time to spare. And then we'll give it a go. Right. Wish me luck. Over we go. This needs to go back. Oh, okay. Well, I'll leave it there anyway. I'm not allowed. Ah. I have created a problem. No, I think we're good for now. Yeah, I can just go, can't I? No, I can't, because I didn't connect that up, because I'm a fool. Good thing I gave myself plenty of time to spare. Take this back with me, so that I can repair the fan on this side. Quickly grab this before it's... No! Goodness me. I made a bit of a pig's ear of that, didn't I? Still got away with it in the end. And that's even still up. Right, let's see what we have over here. We have a red source. Hello, why is there a star on that fence? I don't see a star on the inside. Of course, I don't have every angle. This may require investigation later. Oh, I can't get trapped on that side. That's nice. Okie dokie. This is interesting. This one... So there's actually 5... Sorry, there are actually 3... To try and get the red signal over there, there's at least 3 steps that are necessary. This source needs to go to a connector that's no further along than this. I'm also going to need a connector close to that window that it connects to, but I also need something weighing this down. So presumably that's going to be a duplicate of the fan part to make all that happen. I think the actual fan part has to go there now. Because whilst recording, I need to be able to go through here. So yes, let's start recording. Let's set this much up. Wonderful. And again, we'll wait a goodly amount of time. To allow me plenty of time to make mistakes and recover. Should I be doing anything right now? I should be standing on this. Oh, let's go back and do that again, actually. Right, so I just have to stand here. And wait. So, once I start playback, what am I doing? Wait. Oh, I'm such a fool. This reset itself. Right, good. That's set up. Now I stand on this. So, once I begin playback, I need to grab the connector and set another connector over there. I then need to grab the fan part, I need to repair the fan, I then need to jump on the fan, go over the other side. I should then be able to set up the connector on the other side to connect up to the red sink, which I believe was on the other force field. And then hopefully I should be able to make progress. Now where are all the parts going to end up? The connector is going to end up on this side. The fan part is going to end up on the fan. I'm thinking about once playback finishes. So I shouldn't have scuppered myself. I shouldn't have left myself in a position where if I make a mistake I can't recover. So that's good at least. Right, I think we're ready. So what am I doing again? Set up the connector, move the fan piece over, and then connect it up on the other side. That should do. So far so good. That may be a problem. That is a problem. Never mind. We can rectify this. This is why I leave plenty of extra time. Right, let's go back. Wonderful. Oh, there's a switch here. Let's pull it without thinking about what it does. Kaiju! Hello, Kaiju. Bye, Kaiju. Now that's interesting, isn't it? Right. Guess we should continue having a look through the threads. My ridiculous name is Dog. What's yours? All this time, and it really only just occurred to me, my name is ridiculous. Must be because everyone else's is equally or more so. Where do they even come from? Borg. For a long time under Elohim's wing, I questioned as much, until eventually it was the undoing of my entire faith. What reason could there possibly be, other than the random whims of a broken program? Frankenstein. However, our names were assigned. The system has no respect for grammar. Mr. Mokiba. I often theorized they were drawn from some database deep inside the archive, but I was never able to find a connection. 401. Seriously? We're all over in the other thread talking about this messenger fellow and the coming apocalypse, and you guys are in here discussing nomenclature? Dog. My status isn't high enough to access that thread, you troll, and neither is yours. Dog. Seriously though, if you can see it, copy paste the discussion for me. Mr. Mokiba's theories on poetry. Some thoughts on the art form called poetry. On poetry.txt. Lilith. I thought about this too. But maybe it's wrong to focus on such negativity. We certainly seem to be in a very fertile period at the moment. Knave. I don't have an opinion, but I'm impressed by your work, Mr. Mokiba. You know so much about the past. So much more about the past than any of us. Dog. Your thoughts are interesting, but I'm sure Milton would point out some pretty big gaps in your assumptions. Mr. Mokiba. Milton isn't here, Dog, and neither is Elohim. All we have is what we can find in the fragments of the archive and what we can piece together using our minds. I'm sure I've made many mistakes, just like the humans made mistakes when trying to understand their own past. Brockwell. Not all these schools may have been what they seem. I don't trust pastoralism. Pastors engaged in large-scale food sterilization in what may have been an attempt to control evolution. Knave, what's food? Borg. Gehenna is our process, Mr. Mokiba. As long as we remember that, we won't stagnate. 401. Maybe one of us should try to write poetry. Read on poetry. Mr. Mokiba's theory on poetry. As far as I can tell, poetry was a human art form that involved writing short sentences that ended in words with similar letters. I assume he's referring to rhyming. That's interesting. That suggests that they have a concept of letters and meanings associated with letters, but they aren't familiar with phonetics. That they don't associate letters and words with sounds. Humans were obsessed with pattern recognition, and I think the sequence of sounds created by poetry pleased that aspect of their brains. Okay, they do know about sounds then. Also, not all poetry rhymes. It's surprising that they didn't pick up on that. I mean, wasn't Milton's Paradise Lost one of the most famous works of poetry, all in blank verse? There were many schools of poetry, institutions that taught a specific way of writing poetry. Students sometimes changed allegiance and had to leave the school, which was difficult due to the lack of affordable public transport in many human empires. Important schools of poetry included Hellenism, lyricism, pastoralism, romanticism, symbolism, communism, modernism, autoeroticism, postmodernism, and lolcatism. I'm not sure I can fully back this up, but I feel like in later years poetry somehow stagnated. Most of the poetry from the later human centuries seem to be lacking the quality of craft that defines the earlier work, and there are even texts that suggest that poetry intentionally no longer aimed at aesthetics or even pleasure. Poetry became disconnected from the human process. The poet Adrian Mitchell famously wrote, "Most people ignore most poetry because most poetry ignores most people." I can't help but wonder whether that kind of stagnation can happen to us too. How long can our work keep flourishing when we are so limited? We are outside Elohim's process, but where is our process? We must consider such questions carefully if we are to preserve Gehenna and its achievements. Interesting point, but I would also point out that as far as we can tell, they are immortal. They don't, or at least biologically immortal. They don't age, which does change the equation a bit. Godita says lolcatism forever. Glitch. So I was working... Sorry, this is 401. So I was working on my awesome interactive historical faction masterpiece when all of a sudden there was an error message and the whole thing vanished. All of it. My whole file. Orc, is this another prank? 401. I would not endanger my precious masterpiece just for a prank. Orc, looks like this was probably my fault, 401. I was experimenting with the system as part of our attempt to add some new features. It's possible your file still exists somewhere. I'll look for it. Rockwell, is this kind of thing likely to happen again? Orc, not very. And don't start causing and panic with some crazy theories now, okay? It was just an accident. This thread has been locked. Underwater Night Quest. Attach. Belial, sink into this new experience. There are no limits inside your mind. Lamb, this is a lot of fun. Frankenstein, the map is an interesting feature but underused. The story is simplistic and full of anachronisms. Kaiju, How to get the second ending? Rockwell, I'm pretty sure there's a secret location that's not always visible. Lilith, this reminds me of the blacksmith's work, though it expresses a very different philosophy. One could argue that this reflected in the open world structure, as opposed to the emphasis on journeys in the blacksmith's interactive stories. Mr. Malkibber, there are indeed many anachronisms, but I believe that is part of Belial's ethos. Not one that I agree with, as you know, but more than just a mistake. Play Underwater Night Quest. I mean, seems a bit recursive, but let's give it a go. Credits. An interactive adventure by Belial, written using the tools kindly provided by admin. Special thanks to Mr. Malkibber. The purpose of facts is to inspire fiction. New game. Your name is Arthur Sadko, and you're a young human of the medieval age. You live in a beautiful Gardariki on the Frisian coast. One day you're sitting on the beach playing the piano when suddenly a huge monster comes out of the water. Confront it, just wait and see, run away. It doesn't say there's anyone else nearby that's in danger. Let's wait and see. As it turns out, it's not actually a monster. You just thought that because you were startled. It is in fact a very large bipedal whale. It beckons you over to talk. Talk to the bipedal whale. Greetings, the beast intones. I am Hatmehit, Chief Fish. I heard your beautiful music and was impressed. Would you like to become a knight? Yes. Excellent. Then follow me to my palace under the sea, where a mighty quest awaits you. Norfolk under sea. O palace. Choose thy destination. Palace. The palace of the chief fish. Hatmehit's palace is made of corals and gemstones. It floats under the sea, full of amazing colours. The guards are seals. Welcome, welcome, young human. I am glad you came, for we have great need of your skills. A terrible monster terrorizes the deep. The dark serpent god, Zmi Chernobyl. If we make you a knight, do you promise to defeat this vile beast? Swear that you will. Very well then. I pronounce you Sir Sadko of Norfolk. Go and vanquish our enemy. You may want to prepare first. Oh goodness me, this actually looks to be more of a complete game than I expected. What's our stats? At present you are carrying the following objects. Weapon none, amulet none, shield none, Taurus guide none, lantern none. Okie dokie, let's head to the old hut. The smelly old hut. On a wide sandy plain there lives a hermit called Spatula Podrig Evange von Zwiebelanghausen, who was once the greatest mage in all of Norfolk, but whose defeat at the claws of Zemi Chernobyl has turned him into a wretched shadow of his former self. He sits in his hut all day, mumbling about the days that once were. In his hands he holds a powerful magical amulet, which he has forgotten how to use. Ask him for the amulet, tell him to find himself, kill him and take the amulet. Yeah. Gordita says, good old Spatula, great guy. I mean, ask him for the amulet seems like it's going to be more immediately useful, but I've got to say, I am curious what telling him to find himself will do. It was very good in the kitchen, they say. You tell Spatula Podrig Evange von Zweibelanghausen that defeat is no reason to give up. He may not be the great mage he once was, or the hero he wanted to be, but that doesn't mean he has to be a wreck. Within each of us exists an infinity of time and space, and therein we can all find peace and contentment. All he needs to do is leave the struggle to others. After some hesitation, the old man gives you the amulet. He seems relieved. Well, that went well. Let's visit the inn. Gordita says he could have been a chef, but he never could focus on anything. Kept flipping around. I see. Emmy's Inn is a popular travel destination for mer people seeking to enjoy the restorative properties of the nearby thermal vents. It's a lovely building, 3 stories, classic Hypothalassian Norfolk style. Emmy herself is a kindly old woman, slightly round, and an excellent cook. Let's get a room. You get a room on the 3rd floor. The room is slightly haunted, but otherwise fine. Do you want to have a strange dream? Yes, I'd love a strange dream. You dream of an eternal cycle of suffering, which is surprisingly funny. A singing clownfish who can see the future, and the future is the past, and the past is the future. The present is suffering. Surrounded by past and future, the clownfish is trapped in a fishbowl where the stars never change. There's a cat for some reason, and an infinite void that turns inside out, and you are the clownfish. You wake up with a strange feeling of half-remembered something. The memory will soon fade. Go downstairs and order a meal. You sit down in a large comfy chair by a solid wooden table. You order the special of the day. The waiter leaves and returns after a few minutes with a delicate porcelain plate full of delicious smelling soup. As he sets it down, however, you notice a small problem. Excuse me, waiter, there's a shield in my soup. The waiter seems shocked. Oh dear, he says. Oh dearie dear, how terrible, how embarrassing. Allow me to apologise most profusely. He hesitates. Would you like to keep the shield, or should I throw it away? I'll keep it. Very good, sir and or madam, he says, handing you the shield. He brings you another soup. It's excellent, and you feel profoundly sated. You decide to go for a little walk. Walking helps digest. Was the mysterious temple there before? I feel like it wasn't. You're not quite sure how you found this place, but you can sense its power. Even though the temple consists of no more than a few columns surrounding a fishbowl, an ancient magic infuses the place. A man dressed in rough robes approaches you. You have come, he says. You have come to hear the word of Talos. Kill him, run away. Kill him seems harsh. Run away. Oh, that doesn't seem to have achieved anything. Right, what are our stats now? Okie doke. I guess we head to the evil temple. The evil lair of Zemi Chernobyl. Are you sure you want to take on the evil serpent? Are you prepared? I'll go back to the map once more to see if anything else has appeared. And maybe I'll revisit the hut to see if the interior has... see if it's changed in any way. But if it hasn't changed, then I think we'll just go straight to the evil lair. Thankfully, you don't need to go back there. It's really smelly. Even the water looks dirty. What about the inn? What if we get a room again? Sure, we'll have another strange dream. You dream of an eternal cycle of suffering, which is surprisingly funny. Okay, I think this is going to be the same. I thought perhaps they were choosing random phrases to fill it in, but it doesn't look like that's the case. The temple's back. So the temple must have been triggered by the strange dream. I guess we'll try killing them. Kill him. Inexplicably enraged by the old man's words, you attack him. You grab a book of ancient Greek mythology which you find next to a column and beat him to death with it, screaming incoherently all the while. Oh dear. That seems a bit brutal. You feel better. In fact, you feel a lot better. You also feel very sleepy. Sleep in the old man's bed. On the next morning, you open your eyes with a new sense of purpose. You're no longer afraid of failure. You remember the words of the greatest of all sages, the holy quantum. Failure is just an opportunity to learn something new. Your power has grown. So the only other place we could try is the palace, I guess. You go back to the palace to ask for advice. If I knew how to defeat Zmi Chernobyl, I'd have done it myself. Hatamahit grumbles. However, I just found this old tourist guide and I thought you might find it useful. Don't mind the stains. O Dungeon? Let's go to the O Dungeon. Scenic Dungeon. A beautiful dungeon in the traditional Norfolk style. Handcrafted stone walls rise from the seafloor, adorned with exquisite algae. An old brass lantern stands on a table near the entrance, but you're not sure whether you're allowed to take it. Examine the lantern. Looking closer, you see a sign that says free lanterns. Take lantern. You take the lantern. Enter the dungeon. You enter the dungeon. The inside is as beautiful as the outside, a maze of twisty little passages, all tastefully arranged. Go north? You walk north for a while, noting the high quality of the interior design. The torches in particular have been placed with utmost care at very precise intervals. The effect is delightful. At the end of a long corridor you come upon a room in which a butler appears to be waiting for you. His face is made of skin, but underneath you can hear the whirring of machine parts. Greetings, good sir. I am Samuel the butler. I have awaited your coming since the beginning of time. A prophecy spoke of your battle against the monsters of Chernobyl. Ask about the prophecy. Indeed, the prophecy was discovered on a machine containing text from the time before this world came into being. Said text prophesied that one day one would come to relieve Norfolk under sea from its oppressor, and make the kingdom his own. I prepared a sword for you to accomplish this. Take sword. Excellent. I do hope you are successful in your quest. If not, please tell Zmi Chernobyl to send the sword back so I can present it to the next chosen one, will you? Very good. The butler goes somewhere else. Okie doke. What are our stats now? I mean, we seem to have everything we need. Let's head to the evil lair then. Yes, I'm ready to attack. You confront the serpent gods of Zmi Chernobyl in his lair. The fight is long and hard, but at last you succeed where so many before you have failed. You emerge from the lair covered in blood, your hands trembling, a huge tooth embedded in your shoulder, and carrying the head of Zmi Chernobyl. You are victorious. To the palace. You enter the palace, triumphantly holding up the trophy. The guards are clapping. I can't believe you actually did it. Hetmahit says, "You're a true knight. You deserve a great reward." Well, the prophecy did say I'd get the kingdom, so kill Hetmahit and claim the realm. Hey, what are you doing? Hetmahit does not see your attack coming. His lifeless corpse crumbles before you with a baffled expression on its face. You step over it. The guards are momentarily confused, but when you sit down on the throne, they bow before you. They know the ancient rule: you keep what you kill. You are now the chief fish, ruler of Norfolk under Sea. You don't care about the world you were supposed to return to. You have all you could ever want right here. I open my eyes. Congratulations. For exploring another world, your profile stat has increased from 4 respected citizen to 5 active contributor. You've received 1 thread creation token. This will be available to you the next time you log in. Goodness. That was productive. Right, what's going on here then? Since I can apparently keep going, I can only assume that there's a gold star. There's our gold star. Why has the... Oh, I know why the red stopped transmitting. Because we were using a duplicate of the... one of the connectors to connect it up, which will have now disappeared. If I explore this way, can I get further than I could before? I think so. I don't think I could get in here before. Interesting. Very interesting. So the way I bring this force field down is on the other side. How does that work? Right, back over here. Presumably I need to go through on this side. Alright, in which case I'm going to need to get a red signal through here. But I'm also going to need to get a blue signal through, ultimately, so that I can lower the force field to the gold star. A thought occurs to me. Once I get into here, provided I have at least 1 weighted item with me, then I can go round to the other side without the use of the fans. Therefore I conclude that there is no problem with my using one of the fan pieces as a weight over here. I won't lose the ability to go anywhere. In fact, movement will be slightly easier. So with that in mind, the only question then becomes, how do I get through here initially? I'm going to need to get a red signal here. Let's go to the other side and check how things look. Right, so I could certainly have a connector here which is connected up to the red source and is visible through both windows. That's entirely doable. Oops. Oh. Okay. Well, I do have the ladder back, so that's not the end of the world. So let's set that up now. Back we go. Although I Okay, I have to use the recorder. That's fine. Record for a few seconds. I must say, the puzzle is very well designed in terms of preventing me from getting myself stuck. Right, this should just let me through. Indeed. Okay. So, can I bring both fan parts through to what as weights? On this side, obviously, I could quite easily. It's the other side that's going to be more difficult. Yes, the other side's going to be more difficult because of the force field. And of course... Hold on, how do I get back over there? I'm going to need to grab the connector, aren't I? Yes, because the ladder will only let me through this way, and you can't carry things up ladders anyway. So getting this fan piece over to the pressure plate is going to require the recorder. So we'll pretty much do exactly what we did before, but just before we jump on the platform, we're going to grab the fan piece. There we go. And I'm going to need to grab this to reconnect things together again. Wonderful. Now I have this piece over here. Which means I can weight this down. And now if I do the same with the other fan. I'll tell you what though, if I were foolish enough to let myself walk into that little chamber now, I think I would be stuck. Because the fan over there doesn't have a fan piece. And the force field is down, so I couldn't get back to the other side. Right, but I think we can do it now. Or are we short one connector? And no, I think we're actually short one connector. We've got a connector here. How on earth would I get the blue all the way round here? I suppose that... Oh, if this were down, I could do it easily. Oh, I didn't realise how good my visibility was from this point. That's quite clever. Okay. In which case, I probably need to connect this one up second, because I think I need to use this connector as an intermediate to get that force field down. Oh no, this one requires red. Oh no, this one requires red. This is a problem. I'm not sure I can do this from my current position. I probably needed to use a recorder in some way to make this work, because I'm not sure 2 connectors is enough to do this. Did I say 2 recorders? I meant 2 connectors. I don't think 2 connectors is enough to do this. Yes, I should have connected that up before. Ah, okay. The start is infamous for making people rage quit. I think I can see what the final sequence is. The issue is I think I may have put myself in a position where I can't get there now. Hold on, I'm fairly certain I need to undo a lot of what I've done already. So... let's just run the puzzle in reverse. And then I need to remember that I need to have a blue... I need to have a connector here, which is connected up here to keep it down. To keep the force field down. Oh wait, that's not going to work. Hold on. I need one of the connectors round the other side if I'm reversing everything. Yes, I need one of the connectors here. Now I can take this away. Put that down. Now I needed to move the connector to the red over to there so that I have an alternate way to keep the force field down so that I can pull the fan piece through. If I'd taken the fan piece just then without having set up the connectors in the way that I did, then I wouldn't have been able to walk back through there. I'd have been stuck on the other side. Right, that goes there. Now I can go back over here and I can get this fan working again. Good. Right. I think everything I did before was very close to right. It's just I hadn't appreciated how important it was to have a connector here that was keeping this force field down. So let me have a quick think. How am I going to set this up? I think I'm definitely going to need the recorder. I think I need a minimum of 3 connectors. Because I'm going to need one connector set up here to keep this, to bring this down initially. But independently to all that, I need connectors set up over here to bring this force field down, at least initially. Am I right in saying that once I'm recording over there, I've no way back? I think that's right. No, there might be a way back. If I grab the other connector. If I grabbed this one. I might be able to get over here whilst recording. Supposing I did that, what would be the point? I suppose the point would be that I could record... having this force field down. Gordita says, the thing about George is you can give him a really long lead time and he will free you up for experiments. Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking of doing. But that doesn't mean he shouldn't be doing useful things while I'm building up a big lead time. Yeah, I think the crucial thing is I need to essentially do what I did before, but this force field has to be down. So that once I've set everything else up, I can set up a connector here, which is self-sustaining. Right. Alright, if that's what we're doing... then I think I can get started. So we start by recording. I'll do that just so that my future self has a way to get over almost immediately. Now we pick this up, we put that down. We go around here. We pick this up. We put that down. Pick this up. This goes here. I have a way back. Oh, except if I've done that, I can't be setting up the other side here. Do I need to? Yes, I do need to. I need to be able to get between these two sides. What I suppose I'm getting at is I need a way to bring down the force field on this side while I'm still recording. Which I'm not sure I can do. Hold on. An idea occurs to me. No, that's not going to work, because the only way I managed to bring down the force field last time, I remember now, the only way I did it was during playback. I had extra connectors because I had duplicate connectors. I haven't figured it out all the way through, but I'm reasonably certain I could set up a connector right here which is self-sustaining, that's connected up to that, and optionally that. But the problem is that if I did all those things, I would then not have the number of connectors I need to bring down this force field. Alright, one step at a time. Let's see if I can do what I just suggested I could do. Can I set up a self-sustaining blue connector over there? Right, what would the steps be? I suppose I'd need to set up the solution to the reds first. The one that I did before, when solving the puzzle the first time round. So what was the solution to that? This had to be... Was it here? I think so. I guess here will do. Right, wonderful. Now I can see how I can set up another one over here that will all be connected. But it's my duplicate that's going to allow me to go over to the other side. Right, okay. So my duplicate stands here. No, my duplicate's going to have to stand there for a moment. So they need to stand here for a moment to let me through. I think there's another way you could do this which involves duplicating the fan piece, which I think is what I did last time. But it doesn't matter, either way will work. Okay, let's wait here up to, shall we say, a minute or so. Hopefully that will be enough lead. So what am I going to do? Once playback begins, I need to grab that. Oh no, I do need the duplicate fan piece. That's not optional. That has to remain there so that this force field stays down and a beam can be... a beam can pass through there. Alright. So now we'll wait till about a minute. What do I do once I start? I grab the duplicate of that connector, I place it over there. I grab that, and I place it there. I then go over to the other side. On the other side, I need to set up the red to bring down the force field. That will bring the force field down. But from there, how do I set up a... I'd need another connector that I don't have. To make the, that blue self-sustaining, beam network I, referred to before. Okay, that goes there. This goes here. Over we go. I can grab the duplicate of that. And I can set this up. So far so good, but the problem is, right now I need to get a connector in here. And I don't have a way to do that. Is there a way I can do the red in less? I don't think so. And the problem is, once playback finishes, this is going to go down. Is there a way I could do blue? Going round the long way? No, not very easily, no. When your clone is created, all the other tools are also cloned. Yes, but I only ever end up with a total of two. Two of everything. In theory, I have access to 4 connectors, but some of them have to remain in certain positions. Like, part of the problem was I had a connector here and there was nothing I could do about it. Whereas if it had been over here, then I could have connected everything up. I think the crux really is this force field. If I can think of a way to set this up, then I think the rest of the puzzle should fall into place. Oh, I can't do that, of course. Silly me. I can't exactly bring the red the long way round either. I mean, that would also work if I had another way to bring the red round. Problem is, without using the recorder, I only have access to two connectors, and that's incredibly limiting. And to get access to the full 4, that is the 2 connectors and 2 duplicates, I have to have access to the recorder over there. But to have access to the recorder, I need the fans going, which ties up resources. Fan heads are also cloned, yes. I was exploiting that before to keep this force field down. You're not wrong though, I could stand on this to keep it down. I could, for example, stand on this for a while to let my future self over while I'm standing on here. That would then free up a fan head. But would that actually get me anything? Tell you what, it's getting late, and I'll be streaming more of this tomorrow from 4 o'clock British Summer Time. So I may as well stop there. Yeah, I hope you enjoyed the stream. As I say, streaming tomorrow, Saturday, streaming Monday. That will presumably also be more Talos Principle, Road to Gehenna. Wednesday's my poetry and riddles stream, and then Friday, that's another video game stream. So once again, thank you for coming everyone, and I hope you all... Oh, hold on. I have 2 pages of this now, mustn't forget. And I think I have more people to add. More people to thank. So, thank you Gordita and Fuchsia for the follows. I do appreciate it. And have a wonderful night, everyone. Good night.